What's up, everyone? Ooh.
Thank you, Todd. How's it going, Josh? Good to see you too, Littlefoot. How's it going, Gloria? Hope everyone's having a good night so far. That's pretty crazy, Todd. New favorite coin of the week. Did you post a video about it? Ah, okay. Not bad, not bad at all. 1936 Liberty. What grade? I mean, it's in really good condition. Just based off the photo, if it isn't cleaned, I would put that at around an MS65. You're doing a banner of a mail call tomorrow. You have 6 packages. Ah, yep. Shipping takes some time. Hey, what's up, Chew? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Oh, we have an '09. What do we think it is? I'm gonna go with sitting on a log. How's it going, Sam? Lawyer years, alright. Cabin. I'm doing pretty good, Sam. Got 2 cabins, a lawyer, and a sitting on the log. Alright, let's see what it is. Sitting on a log. You clocked out and went home. I can understand that. Hey, what's up, Heather? I hope you're having a good night. Thinking about getting a vault installed in your basement. I think it'll be cool, and then I can stack more, and if someone broke in, they can't just steal it off your dining room table. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about getting a vault installed, but you can always go and get a vault from Academy. You get a huge stand-up gun safe, or heck, I think Walmart even sells safes, to be honest. Where am I from, Dan? Texas. Uh-oh. Hey, what's up, Joey? Hope you're doing well. That penny was glued to something. Hey, what's up, Don? Haven't found anything yet, but we just started. This is the first roll. There's a 61D. Hey, how's it going, Daria? Hope you're having a good night. Ah, we got a wheat cent. What year do we think it's going to be? Let me get some guesses in the chat. 41, 44, 54, 35, 53. Let's see what it's going to be. Also, welcome in Kaston. It's a 1957. So Dawn was the closest there. Interesting. Slight bit of doubling there on the L. Could also just be dirt. How are you tonight, Gatito? We'll keep this one off to the side just because that L is interesting. Hello, Phyllis. Everyone's having a wonderful night so far. Found 4 bags of mint $50 coins, 1974, 78, 80, and 82. I mean, if they're uncirculated, then they'd be worth more than 50 cents for sure. Just depends on how you want to sell them, because selling them one by one will be time consuming and you'll end up paying quite a bit in shipping and fees depending on where you're selling them. But I would say they're probably worth $2 to $3 each. Might be better off finding a local coin store and asking them if they want to purchase them in bulk. They can give you a deal for the whole lot. Yeah, no problem. Do I have a ton of watch hours? Not necessarily. I think I've got something like 60 or 65,000 watch hours, which really isn't that much. Anunnaki. Yes, it is. What's up, Eminem? Take the space between the exclamation mark and the word heist out. Hmm. I'm actually not sure how many J-Bucks you have, Eminem. Type exclamation mark points, all one word. Oh no, you have 5,200. Hmm. Oh, you're misspelling the word heist. The E comes before the I. I was wondering why it wasn't working. It's all good. Hashtag feels good. I love how it throws those little quips in. Yeah, full steps are pretty hard to find, Scott. Seahawks. There's no 5. Do we think this one's a Lewis and Clark or a Buffalo or a Bison? I mean, Bison of a beach. New York may have came to win, but they also lost to the Cowboys. So it was an ocean in the view, or ocean in view of the joy. Lewis and Clark. Nope, I don't think I've ever seen Beehive, Todd. Appreciate it, Scott. There's a 1962 nickel. Nothing too crazy. Still haven't activated those commands yet, Littlefoot. I did post a few things on the Whatnot page today. Made some time to sit down and take some more pictures. So should be seeing quite a few more listings popping up. I got you, Littlefoot. I agree with you, Scott. Speaking of old, how old do we think this nickel is? What year do we think it was minted? The mint mark is on the back, so it's going to be 1964 or below. It's pretty cool, Littlefoot. 63 from Scott. I'm going to say this one's probably the ever elusive 64. Yeah, 64 from AJ. There seems to be at least 5 in every roll. Littlefoot says it's a 54. What year do we think this nickel is? 63, 64, 54, 60. I'm saying 64. No more answers. 54 from Alexander coming in at the last second, right before the buzzer. Boom, 1964. Yeah. These things don't surprise me anymore. Not after finding out that there was 3 billion of them minted. Got another 05. Do we think it's going to be a Lewis and Clark or a Buffalo? Bison, Buffalo. Same difference. The opposite of just one more roll, it says Uncle Dim. How you doing, Uncle Dim? Alright, let's find out. Another Lewis and Clark. This one's in better condition at least. Slightly. Yeah, I don't think alcohol and live auctions go well together. It's pretty cool, Scott. Nice, man. See, in 1974, my father was graduating high school, so I wasn't even thought of yet. Can I pet that dog? Yeah, it's a pretty cute video. Yep, me works, and now email works. Also, hug works. Or at least it should. And there was nothing in that roll of nickels. Nothing at all. Not even a shiny nickel. Sad day. Sorry. We still got more rolls coming up. Finally surpassed me, Uncle Adim. Hey, what's up, Timmy? How are you, buddy? Ah, I'm sorry, man. All right, Uncle Adem, if you say so. 'Seems like Coin Curiosity isn't in here tonight, so if someone wants to go for that top leaderboard position, tonight's your night. 1943 D silver penny. Ever seen one? I have. They are steel pennies. If you put a magnet to it, it should stick. Whereas with copper, it doesn't. Yeah, like Littlefoot was saying, sadly, they're not as rare as you might think they are. They were actually pretty common. At the end of World War II, they needed all the copper that they could get, so they stopped using it for pennies and they started making pennies out of steel for a year. You have a copper 43, Uncle Adam. Cool. It's worth like $100. The 1893S is 6500. BF20 was at least MS64, 480,000. Nice. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to the date, to be honest. I saw it was a 1953, but for some reason I'm in like zombie mode right now, so it didn't even occur to me that this was a wheat penny looking at the date. So that makes for a 57 and a 53 wheat penny that we found so far this stream. See, what's funny is everybody's fighting for the top of the leaderboard, but I could technically just go in and change mine to have like 100 million J-Bucks. But then again, mine doesn't count for top of the leaderboard. Hope everyone's having a good night. Getting ready for your trip, Heather. Where are you going? Hopefully on vacation. Doing laundry and stuff. Gotcha. Well, I hope the music isn't nearly as annoying as I am. Going to Colorado for a week. Nice. I hope I find an Indian head penny. That'd be pretty much the highlight of the stream tonight, probably. Find an Indian head penny or a shield nickel. I'd be happy with either. I guess the cloud bot knows that I don't buy lottery tickets. Don't you already have a million, Uncle? Keep trying. No, not yet. What do you do for a living, Todd? Ho him, ho hum. I don't think AJ's cheating, or at least I'd need to see some proof. Even if I saw the proof, I still probably wouldn't think he was cheating. To be completely fair, Thomas, Coin Curiosity, has the most points. He's here all the time, and he also has the ability to add points and use the commands. So I think he would probably be the bigger cheater if there was a cheater, but I know he's not cheating. He's literally just sat here and grinded out, getting all of that 7 million points. But you are right that AJ has watched my streams the most out of anyone, because I can see my watch hours per user, and his is well above anyone else's. talking like probably 3 times more than anyone else's. What do you mean? It's just information website from the stream analytics. Oops, dropped a penny or jar. It's a really good condition sitting on the log. Hello and goodbye, Peter Eater. Ooh. Alright, this is an old one, but it's in really, really good condition. What year do y'all think that is? It's a 1984 with really good red reverse. Lincoln's face is kind of all messed up though. Oh, Todd, you might not be live, buddy. Seems like it. Everybody just kind of stopped talking. It's probably probably the music, honestly. That's okay, Alexander. Good luck with that. Hey, how's it going, Melanated Jim? Hope you're doing alright tonight.
I was born in the valley where the black winds blow, raised by the silence of a world so cold. My mama told me, son, don't lose your way. But the road caught my shadow, made me stay. I worked these hands till the skin turned raw.
Slow day, no packages. Might be a good thing. Bet your mail lady was thinking to herself, what happened? Maybe he ran out of money. 1994 coins boxed up, sending tomorrow. Nice. Hmm. They are die cuts, but they're very small. Ooh, there's another weird one. You can see in that leaf right there that there was a die crack where the stem is. Hmm. There's a good example of a strike through grease hair. You'd see the U and the S in pluribus is missing pretty much completely.
Storm outside, match the war with
Jets are winning. Nice.
Dreams like ghosts dancing in my head. But I ain't done, no, not just yet. Still got breath, still got that. I may be broke, but I won't bend. I'm taking that low road to redemption again. Mama said, son, the fire makes steel, but it burns you out before you heal. I've seen love fall like a cigarette spark, fade too quick and leave you in the dark. Ain't no savior knocking on my door. Just my shadow curled up on the floor. But I ain't done, I still stand tall. Even with my back against the wall. Scars remind me where I've been. I'm taking that low road to redemption again. The night long, but I walk on through that ghost town. No choir sings, no angel sing, just me and the night. I won't pretend. I may be rough, I may offend, but I'm taking that low road to redemption, my friend. Moon's a cold out on this black canvas. Waves hit her hard like a preacher's hand, trying to drag me to a dark land. Salt in my blood, dust on my soul. It's on my face, it's cold. And the wind keeps humming that funeral tune while the ship groans low neath the ghostly moon. Black tide, pull me under slow. Ain't no harbor life, ain't no place to go. The sea don't care if I sink or I breathe. Black tide's got a hold, and it won't let me leave. I've seen eyes in the deep that don't belong. Heard voices in the wind singing death's own song. Every rope on this bed feels like a noose. tide just comes unglued. There's a shadow in the swell that follows my keel. I can tell if it's dream or it's something real. But the water's too black and it's whispering true. For the tide's gonna take more than it's told from you. Black tide, pull me under slow. Ain't no harbor light, ain't no place to go. The sea don't care if I sink or I breathe. Black tide's got a hold, and it won't let me leave. Some men fear the dark, some fear the grave. But I fear the sea, 'cause I don't wanna stay.
How's it going, Lonnie?
Black tide, pull me under slow. Ain't no harbor light, ain't no place to go. Sea don't care if I sink or I breathe. Black tide's got a hold, and it won't let me leave. Moon's a cold out on this black and endless sea.
All good, Thomas. How you doing, buddy?
I've been walking through the fire, ashes on my hands. The road is long and lonesome, but I still make my stand. I've heard the devil's laughter, I've seen the angels cry. The night is cold and heavy, but I won't lay down and die. Ashes on my head.
That probably was about how it went. Because I know I was starting to get tired. I had already been streaming for like 3 hours. And I think I started to feel my head start to kind of droop. And I looked and there was only like 4 people in the live. So I was just like, okay, I'm going to call it here. So I said goodnight to everyone and just decided to end it. Yeah, I know AJ missed the end of it because he was driving. Yeah, I ended it pretty abruptly. I'm sorry.
Every scar's a story, every wound a song. Darkness walks beside me, but I keep moving on. Ashes on my hands, blood in my soul. The world trying to break me, but it don't have control. I carry these blues like a burning brand through the fire and fury with ashes on my hands. Yeah, ashes on my hands, but I still stand. Cold winds howling, running through my skin. I've lost too many battles, but I won't give in. Road is broke, night runs deep. I've got my fire while the devil don't sleep. Burning low,
You're good,
but
AJ.
I'm still alive. Carrying scars that keep me alive. Through the smoke, through the shadows, I rise again.
How are you, Cassie?
Whiskey on my tongue, ashes in my hand. I'm blessed for survival. I'll fall for this land. The storm keeps coming, but I won't bow. I stand in the ruin, I'm stronger now. Burning low, but I'm still alive. Carrying scars that keep me alive. Through the smoke, through the shadows,
Oh, we got a wheat penny. What year do we think it is? It's actually pretty worn, so this one, I don't know, I want to say it might be like a 1941.
Can't kill a man with iron in his vein. Iron in my vein. Stone in my head. I walk through the fire. I still take the storm may change, but you can't break a soul.
What year is it? I'm saying 1941. Got a 1948. That's steel? No, it's copper. Alexander.
The devil came knocking, said, "Come take my hand." But I told him my spirit don't follow command. Iron in my veins, stone in my head. I'll still take a stand. The night may cut me, the storm may change, but you can't break a soul. Iron in his veins. Every scar that I carry is a story untold. Every wrinkle of struggle
Even older, 1934.
is a medal of gold.
Man. Josh, I would say if you're trying to sell them quickly, take them to a local coin store and see if maybe they'll buy them.
I'll keep on walking with the fire inside. Chains may rattle,
Because otherwise, you're going to be looking at spending quite a bit on
wrestle with the weight of
fees and shipping and everything like that.
I'll strike back twice. Ain't no
Thomas said I need to finish stream configuration tonight to continue with the hunt. All right, man.
buried my brother.
Ooh,
I've buried my
very
son.
detailed steps on this one. What year do we think this is? I'm going with a 2008.
Then a man should win.
2000. Wow.
But I rise from the
Coin
ashes.
stores near you are garbage.
I rise from the pain.
Shoot me an email.
Standing strong.
If you type !email into the chat, it'll give you my email address. You can send me pictures of them and we might be able to work something out.
I walk through the fire. I still take a stand. The night may cut me. The storm may change. But you can't break a soul. Iron in his vein. Iron in my vein.
Mike Port has been acting out mine, Thomas.
Till the end
Also, thank you for that one, Justin.
of the road.
Oh no, I got you, Thomas. Need to finish the stream configuration. Got it. Your mic port has been messing up. Understood. I deduced that on my own. Sorry. Well, I hope it all works out for you. You're going to be streaming later on tonight. Can someone let Todd G know he's a little bit behind in the chat? Please. If you get it working, alright, cool, man. Well, if you go live, you know I'll be there. Yeah, I got you. That back testing is a painful process with the Streamlabs cloud bot. That's why I don't use the desktop version. I use my phone with YouTube to stream, but then I have the cloud bot going on in the background. Whenever I do streaming for my gaming channel, though, I use the desktop Streamlab version. That way, I can use the little title screens that pull up. Anyways, that way I can use the title screens and whatnot that say like "Be right back" and whatnot. Going back to landscape as well. Ooh. See, I've thought of going to landscape, but I'm a little bit wary. There's a 2025 penny. One of the rarest pennies in the world right here before your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. The 2025 penny. This penny is worth $10 billion. Because it's the last penny that's ever going to be made. But I've been worried about going to landscape because your swipe throughs go down. So I don't know if it works out, then hell, you might have to follow in your lead. Also, for anyone that isn't familiar with coin collecting, the 2025 penny is not collectible, but it is somehow, for some reason, more expensive than a penny. In fact, if you get a whole roll of 2025 pennies, it's worth about $10 right now. All right, Todd, have a good night, bro. That makes sense, coin. But you also use an external camera, right? Or no, you use your phone, but you use the external camera for or from your microscope. That's right. My soul's been hunted, my body's been torn. I'm still standing, ragged and worn. Chains don't break me, they just make me strong. I've been down in the gutter, but I don't stay long. Every scar's a story, carved deep in my skin. Blues is my prison, but I won't give in. I really don't even know what I would do with a horizontal live stream. Like, what else would I have to show you besides this screen? Like, you want to see the other sides of my desk? There's a lamp on this side. There's a laptop and a bunch of coin slats on this side. And then when this giant thing isn't sitting here, my keyboard goes right there. It's a wonderful question, Justin. So I'm not the greatest with organizing, but I have a photographic memory and the ability to, well, I have like drawers and everything for different years and mints. So I keep different things in different areas. But for the most part, this entire room is just filled with my collection. And I have it all mentally cataloged. I do have Excel sheets with my, so with my business, I have to keep, you know, obviously a log of everything that I buy for stock. So I do, you know, I keep certain things in Excel sheets. But for the most part, whenever I'm doing these live streams and I find something, it gets put over here into a pile. And then at the end of the night, whenever I finish live streaming, I pick that pile up and then I sort it into its designated bin or area. Drums march steady, like a wolf from within. Yeah, I know what you mean, Thomas. If you're trying to use like multiple camera angles, or if you're, you know, adding your digital scopes camera and your hand scope or your hand camera or whatever, I mean, then yeah, I can totally understand wanting the ability to add more monitors basically into the screen. Got the parking lot special. This coin has been drug over the ground and hard. It's alright, we won't judge it. Everyone's had a hard life in some way, shape, or form. Woke up with the devil's breath still lingering on my skin. Another fight, another test. A game I
reach that north star.
Now, I know AJ is driving, but Justin, AJ has a really good website that's really great for organizing your bills, your coins, and everything like that. But I don't happen to have the link for that. So whenever he gets the chance to respond, I'm sure, I think he might be listening. He'll probably be able to give you the link to that website. It is Aussie based though, so it's kind of a .com.au link.
They tried to break me slow, tear out what I believe, but I'm too damn hard to fall, too worn down to breathe. I've lost, felt like breathing out, watched it vanish in the cold, but I keep singing with a heart lined up and gold. Like I gravel in my soul, ash in my chest, tired eyes that know how to never rest. Ain't no mercy in the toll, but I'm paying it whole. Still grinding down the mile with gravel in my wind don't care, rain don't wait, but I keep moving. I carry my weight. Yeah, gravel in my soul, stone in my spine. Every bruise, every blow, I made a mine. Don't need no one to console. Just give me a goal, and I'll bleed to
So we did find this 1934, even though he's got some pretty deep gouges in his head and neck.
with gravel in
Not a bad catch. Hey, what's up, nobody really? Hope you're having a good night so far, friend. Or day, wherever you are in the world.
I ain't made of mercy. I ain't carved from gold. I was built from broken moments and the lies I've been told. I don't
I need to replace this chair. Thing makes too much
no
noise.
halo on my head. Just a heart that won't stop beating and a soul.
So far everyone seems to be pretty good.
Yeah, I was built from the dirt, from the ash and the flame.
I haven't gotten any complaints yet, let's put it that way.
I was silent when they spit on my name. You can knock me down hard. You can twist me till I turn, but I don't break.
Oh, I'm pretty good, man. I had a pretty eventful day, pretty productive day. It's always fun. You know, ending the day feeling like you got a lot done. Yes, I have drank plenty of water. Probably about 7 or 8 bottles. Water is one of my favorite things to drink next to scotch. Rest in peace, Penny. W Goldbacks. Oh, you can see those? You got a good eye if you were able to pick those out. Yeah, that's 5, what are they, Utah Goldbacks? It's either 5 or 6 back there. 1/10,000th of a troy ounce. Yeah, I like Goldbacks too. You want one? John Lebowski, that is the first time I've ever heard something like that about my hands. Normally, the first thing people want to point out is the abundance of tattoos that I have all over them. Yeah, I kind of figured you were. There's a keel boat. It's not in very good condition. Got a lot of spotting. Ooh, got a lot of pitting. We'll toss that one back. Not 6'6", 330, but I'm 6'2", 270. Probably pushing 270. I try to tell people I'm 250, but I'm probably pushing 270 at this point. I need to get up and walk more. Thomas, you're a lot of things, but a bot is not one of them. How many years have you searched coins for the old stuff? What will you do if the USA goes to digital currency? Very good questions. So I already have my foothold in crypto. So the digital currency thing doesn't scare me whatsoever. I actually day trade crypto. So I really don't hold on to tokens for any longer than probably a week or so. Uh, at least that's the longest. Well, no, I take that back. So I had a Bitcoin swing trade that went about 2 months, but that's only because it was on cross, and I went so deep into the negative that there was just no way I was gonna close it. And anyways, I was $20,000 away from liquidation. I wasn't worried about it. Point being is if the US decides to nix coins, physical coins, and go to a digital currency, that's going to make the price of coins, physical coins, go up even more because just like the 2025 penny is selling for so much right now, the only reason why is because people think there is not going to be another penny after 2025. And that's simply not the case. Excuse me again, sorry. The US government's going to continue to mint pennies. It's just that somebody spread a rumor about it, and now, anybody with an uncirculated roll of 2025 pennies wants to sell it for $10. Got another keel boat. But yeah, I'm prepared either way. I mean, I have my business backed on the idea that people will continue to collect numismatic and physical coins for a very long time. You know what I mean? Like, people don't collect coins from hundreds of years ago now because they're hundreds of years old. They usually collect hundreds of years old coins because it adds to their collection of coins. Now, I do know some people that only collect Morgans or, ancient coins or stuff like that, but for the most part, a coin collector is a coin collector is going to collect any coins that are rare or they just find cool for whatever reason or, whatever and what have you. So it's not like the hobby is going to end if the government decides to stop creating the thing that we are collecting. If anything, it just makes it more of a hot commodity because now all of a sudden you're never going to get a new one again. Yeah, I mean, I don't collect zinc pennies unless they have errors on them. But I do collect every penny from before 1982 just because I know it's worth 2 to 3 cents. But yeah, essentially, Canada gave up their penny about 5 years ago, and supposedly they've been doing very well without it. So the US has started because one, I mean, it takes 14 cents to make a nickel. Okay. So to give you an idea of how much money it takes for the money machine to make money, one of these nickels that you're looking at to be made today costs the US government 14 cents. So that is an automatic 9-cent loss on every nickel that they put into circulation. So, of course, what are they going to do? They're not going to stop making money altogether. No, they can't do that because if they do that, then all of a sudden everything goes to shit. But they can transition to something else and it's literally non-cost effective. Or you know what I mean? It's more cost effective because there is no cost in digital currency. It doesn't cost to, create a coin. Now it costs to mine coins, but you can still create tokens off of already mined bit blocks. So it's all just going to become a part of the future of finances that we're, stepping into with this new age, especially with the president and the government so interested in crypto, creating the Crypto Act. But one thing you also have to remember is the next president can completely veto that Crypto Act and, the big, beautiful bill and all these other things that Trump is putting into place. The next president can basically step in and be like, no, we're not doing that anymore. So that's also something to keep in mind just because the president right now is interested in it. And I'm not in politics, don't get me wrong. I'm neither left or right or in between. I don't know. I don't care. Don't ask me. But what I am saying is it's always going to be changing. So you can't just hedge your entire future on one politician's word because it doesn't work that way. Digital currency is safe. I mean, it's as safe as you. It all depends on you. Like you're not. If you buy $50,000 worth of Bitcoin on Coinbase, and then you just keep it on Coinbase, and for some reason you tell somebody that you bought $50,000 worth of Bitcoin on Coinbase, then they know your email, or they can find your email and send you an email pretending to be Coinbase and, phish you. That's what it's called, is phishing. And they can get you to log in to your Coinbase account, and next thing you know, they have your information. They go in, they drain your account, and all your everything is gone. But if you're well versed enough in cryptocurrency, then you know to get a Tangem cold wallet, and it's got a three-step verification. You actually have to have two physical cards in order to basically unlock your digital currency safe, so to speak, and remove or, transfer funds whatsoever. So there's always going to be ways for you to lock your money up. I mean, it's the same way as like, do you keep $500,000 in your, bedstand or your nightstand? No, you probably keep $500,000 if you had it in your safe, right? That way, if somebody breaks into your house in the middle of the night, they've got to do a lot more work to try to get your money. Oh, we got a double date there on the two. A little bit of a machine doubling. So it all depends on what you decide to do with your crypto or your digital currency, whatever you want to call it. It's cryptocurrency, digital currency. It's like calling a Kleenex a tissue. So if you want to protect it, you can. Do you have to spend some money to do so? Yes. But is it worth it to keep your money safe? Yes. Because as far as the crypto community goes, the underlying statement is if it's not your wallet, it's not your coins. So same thing with this here. This is my exchange, right? I have quite a bit of money on here, not all of my money by any means, because this is the exchange. So if for whatever reason the exchange gets hacked or somebody tries to get my information and somehow gains access through all the different verification processes and security, that I have set up on my exchange account, then yeah, they're capable of draining my account, but they're going to have a hard time doing it.
Born with a rhythm don't shine, but prayers get drowned, rust and wine. Mama said, boy, the world don't bend, so I learned to break and not pretend. There's blood on my boots, sweat in my coat. I learned to flow with a song in my throat. I got gravel in my veins, smoke in my lungs, pain that sings like a slow blues tongue. I walk through fire, sleeping chains, still breathing with gravel in my veins. Yeah, I mean, we've been in the infant stages of digital currency for the last 20 years. It's not like the fiat currency that we know and love today has been, as easy to handle as it was in the beginning. I mean, you got to think before people started trading gold and other things like salt, they were trading chicken and cows and sheep, right, as currency. And then it slowly evolved into this other thing where next thing you know, you've got this piece of paper essentially saying, oh, I will owe, or I owe you this, right? And then it turned into precious metals, silvers, and golds. And then it turned into silver certificates and gold certificates. And then it turned into the dollar, right? So it had to go through probably 6 different stages just to become what it has become. The same thing is going to happen with digital currency for sure. It's going to take time. It's going to take probably another 100 years for all we know, because nobody still really understands that much about how the blockchain works. Now, there are a few people that have made a bunch of money that understand how the blockchain actually works. There are conglomerates that understand how the blockchain actually works, but they aren't really willing to just hand that information out. But once they start working on layer threes, and I mean, we're going to see a massive boom for sure. We've already seen it in Bitcoin, obviously, with the way that gold and silver prices are going right now. People are wanting to hedge their fiat currency with a more susceptible asset that's going to gain volume and gain, you know, long-term capital gains is what everyone's interested in. So you can no longer just have a savings account with hundreds of thousands of dollars in it and expect for the interest rates to be able to gain anything worth keeping at this point, because the actual value of the dollar is going down so fast. That's why everyone wants to keep buying gold, silver, and anything else that isn't just holding on to money. That's pretty much the way that finances work. The fact that we're about to be in a recession is proof to the fact as why gold and silver are skyrocketing, stocks are skyrocketing.
Yeah, exactly. Combat inflation in the dollar with other things that don't get inflated, that instead of losing value, gain value the longer you hold it.
I've been fighting with darkness every day.
It's kind of basic finances in all honesty. I mean, we had to take it in high school. Yep, same exact thing as the roaring 20s, and then you get the Great Depression in the 30s, man. And it's funny how 100-year cycles work that way. You got 20-year generations, 30-year fads, and 100-year cycles. Oh yeah, for sure it does. History repeats itself because of that inevitable underlying fact that no matter how original you think you are, somebody before you has thought of it, and that somebody has thought of it 100 times more than you because they lived a lot longer than you did. Now, whether they actually acted on the thought or did anything with it is a completely unknown variable. But chances are you've never had an original thought in your life. Because let's face it, there's almost 8 billion people on this rock right now. And if we take back into consideration the last 400 years, I mean, how many people are we talking about, really? And we don't even have to go back 400 years. I mean, we could go back just to the Industrial Revolution. And still, 2008 recession, did people not learn their lesson? Oh, well, I mean, to be honest, we've never fully recovered from the 2008 recession. I mean, the government is still trillions of dollars in debt with China, so I don't exactly understand how people think we've ever left the recession. I think people are just starting to now realize that, oh, yep, tough times make strong men make soft times make soft men make tough times. I've heard that one before. In fact, that's actually one of my favorite quotes. It's like your grandfather's father had to work and literally build his house by hand and then go to work every single day or, pillage the land. He had to do something and it was extremely, extremely, extremely difficult. Your father had it a little bit easier, or your grandfather had it a little bit easier, but he still had to work really hard. And then chances are your father had it pretty easy, and then you didn't have it very hard at all. That's kind of the era that we saw in the 80s, right? The 70s and the 80s. I want to say the 60s, but it was still kind of difficult times. That was definitely still pretty hard. But definitely the 80s, everything kind of made it to where it was a matter of Well, I don't know. I don't want to get into that part. I'm not going to put myself on that pedestal, but what I'm trying to say is you're absolutely right, Thomas. Because for the last 50 years or so, things haven't been that difficult for people, with the Excel and technology. I mean, we saw so many things come out in the last 30 years alone that 50 years ago people didn't even think would ever exist in their lifetime. And that those things have made life so much easier. I mean, think about it. You can literally have your groceries delivered to your doorstep so you never have to get off your couch. Silver's at its highest level since 1980 Hunt's Brothers squeeze. Yep, it passed $51 today. That is true. But yeah, I mean, things are not difficult in life right now. Everything is hand fed, spoon fed, silver spoon fed to everyone. I mean, literally, the government in the US hands out phones for free to homeless people because you can't live your life nowadays without a phone. Also, just another tactic for tracing and tracking, but neither here nor there. Everyone knows their cell phone listens to them whether they want it to or not. Point being is it's about time that we had a hard reset. And just like Thomas said, when things get tough, hard times make tough men. It's like when people say they live paycheck to paycheck, but we live with so much more luxury nowadays. We put ourselves in that situation. It's no longer just about food, water, shelter anymore. When people say they live paycheck to paycheck, but they have a credit card with $5,000 in debt on it, and they're living paycheck to paycheck, but with all the amenities and luxuries that anyone else would have, not living paycheck to paycheck because they're stacking credit bills. And that's one of the other issues is the inevitable pit hole of debt that we as an entire nation are putting ourselves in. It's kind of crazy that everyone just relies on these numbers on a screen to be like, okay, this is how much I have in order to survive. But where did those numbers come from? You know what I mean? Like, does nobody realize that probably 20% of the currency in the US is just made up numbers on a screen, if not more? Where does all this money come from? Where does it all go? Who all actually has it? Because I guarantee you, no bank actually has the probably 20 million to however many $100 million that their customers supposedly own sitting in a vault in their bank. That's just not how banks operate now. Debt is the American dream. You can start a business and you can, you can achieve the American dream, but you're going to do it and be in debt. You want a new car? You're going to be another $25,000 to $30,000 in debt. You want a new house? You've got a $400,000 mortgage. Welcome to more debt. You want to go to school? Another $50,000 of debt. Congratulations, you're an adult. Here's your debt. Not every country. China's not in debt. China is indebted to. Join the military, you still end up with debt. Only that one's a physical debt. This injury is non-service related. But Sergeant boxed my ears and popped my eardrum. Yeah, no, you'll be able to hear in another 5 years. Shut up. Yes, China has a significant national and local government debt with a government debt to GDP ratio of 38.3%, or no, 88.3%. In 2024, an upward trend driven by historical reliance on debt-fueled investment. Okay, well, don't listen to everything AI says because I can tell you that if you go and actually look at China's GDP, you can see that they gain billions of dollars every quarter. So, being in the trading world, given the fact that my bread and butter comes from trading on a marketplace, I have to keep up with financial news from every corner of the world, given the fact that it's cryptocurrency. So I pay attention to Tokyo, I pay attention to China, I pay attention to Singapore, I pay attention to Australia, I pay attention to London. And every month, China comes out with a new percentage of how much they have added to their overall government savings, essentially. And the last time I checked, when the percentage came out, it was at 3.1%, which means they had gained over 1,400. No, I'm sorry, $14 billion in the last quarter. Hey, Todd G got to hit the air compressor. Hopefully it started working again for you. I know you got to hit it hard sometimes. It's like one of those old TVs. You just got to give it a good thump. All right, I'm going to run for a quick bio break, and then I will be directly back.
Relentless calm. You can lock the door. You can dim the light. You can pray your sins. You can beg goodnight. But when I arrive, I don't knock or greet. I don't raise hell, 'cause I don't bleed. I don't shout. I don't plead. I don't bleed like you think I bleed. I just wait like rust on steel, like a memory that refuses to heal. I don't leave.
Would you sell silver now or continue to hold on to it? I mean, I sell silver all the time, so I would sell. If you're asking me if I think silver will continue to go up, and if you're a silver stacker, if you should sell now or wait, I would wait personally. But given the fact that my business sells and deals in silver bullion, I sell silver all the time. Because I do believe that silver is going to continue to go up. I think annual increase on percentage of what silver costs by the end of next year is going to absolutely blow people away. We could potentially see a 70, 80, or $90 silver come fourth quarter next year. Yeah, I'm still holding my personal silver stack. I'm not ready to sell, you know, I might sell, I mean, I'd be willing to sell probably a quarter of my stack if I needed the money at $50, but I don't need the money, so I'm really fine with just holding it. Because even if it starts to dip a little more, I know that I'm going to be all right in the end come, a year or two from now because this is just the beginning of everyone finally starting to get interested in silver, right? Like this is just the first leg of the wave up. So once everybody spits the rumors and everything out at the water cooler that they bought silver at $38 an ounce and now it's worth, $55 an ounce. So they made X amount of dollars or whatever just buying silver a few months ago. All their coworkers are going to go do it. All their friends are going to go do it. Next thing you know, we've got silver at $65 an ounce. And then people are going to be selling off a little bit. So it's going to come in waves, just like the Bitcoin Elliott wave system. There's a 1944S wheat penny. Hell yes. Beautiful. Gold standard rate to go below 40, then trade silver for gold. Yep, that's honestly your best bet, but gold is going to be going down sooner than silver, at least in my opinion. Not magnetic.
got that one in a slab. Let's get this last penny out of the way, and then we can look at a different roll. All right, I really can't do any more nickels because I'm running out of space to keep them. Need to start a new nickel jar. I guess this one will work. Or at least we can make it work for now. One of the Wells Fargo banks near you called and said they cannot order more than one $25 box of pennies, so branch at Loomis in the San Francisco Bay Area is low on pennies. I've heard of people in the West Coast being low on pennies. I wouldn't be able to tell you why, but I have had other larger YouTubers also ask me how I come across my boxes. Like Walker Magnet the other day was asking me, telling me that his bank was, telling him they couldn't order the amount that he needed, and I don't ever have any issues with my bank. I buy multiple boxes at a time, but the only reason why is because I have a business account. So normally, if you have a business account with a bank, they don't have any problem selling you coins. Oh, nickels. That's what I was going to do next. That's right. Oh, we got an 05P. What's it going to be? A Lewis and Clark or a Buffy? Who knows? Who can tell the future? Lewis and Clark. I'll give it a little bit, another few more seconds while you guys either answer. It's either going to be a Buffalo or a Lewis and Clark 05. I'm going to check on this air compressor real quick, make sure it's still running. Yeah, it still seems to be in operation. You order 24 boxes a week from 4 different banks. You have no business account, but I do bribe. uh, well, yeah, like I said, it's mainly the West Coast that seems to be hitting this shortage. I don't know personally. It's a Buffalo, Miss Nickel, by the way. I don't know personally what's going on, but here in the central area of the U.S., I haven't been having any issues. Didn't have a spear through it, sadly. This is a nice looking buffalo, though. Here's the infamous 2024 nickel. Only 3 million minted. Yeah. Yeah, it always helps whenever you're able to benefit the community that way, you know? Because I didn't know anything about it until Walker was asking me if I was having issues getting boxes of pennies. And I was like, nope, my bank's never given me any issues yet. But hopefully it doesn't become, some sort of a widespread outage again. Because I know 4 years ago, getting pennies or coins of any sort in boxes was almost impossible. Got that 2024 D nickel. The mint just decided to give a bunch of people money on for some reason.
Woke up face down in the black and brown. Praying hard, not a soul. Got a mouth full of blood, truth in my teeth. These demons don't knock, they just crawl.
You're welcome, Todd.
I've begged the sky, I've cursed the storm, but the mud don't care, always alone. There's no mercy in the mud, no grace beneath your feet. You will rise with the blood.
Well, hey, I'm glad to have gotten your collection started.
I've been dragged by men with iron hearts. Watch my hopes torn apart and tossed. Like buildings break apart. I'll crawl through hell and back. Let the rain keep pouring. Let the sky stay black.
Sounds like you've been stacking coins for a minute, David.
No mercy in the mud.
Oh, that's an interesting die cut. So look at the side of the Monticello there. It's got growth. Bring that a little closer into focus for you. Oh, that's the beehive you were talking about? Alright, if you say to Google it, I'll Google it real quick. Oop. If I don't knock my camera over. Oh yeah, that is it. Okay. It's on the other side though. So most of the beehives are found on this side of the Monticello, the left side. This one's on the right side of the reverse. I have to do some research on that one. It's interesting. Well, I'm looking at pictures of these beehives, and they're all on the left side. They're usually on 2023 Ps, and this is a 2002 P with some slight machine doubling on the mint mark as well, it looks like.
With a storm in my chest, every breath feels heavy.
Everything I'm looking comp-wise right now is saying in between the $20 to $40 mark. Seeing one go for $34.95, seeing one go for $39.99, one for $15, one for $40, one for $20. Some crazy guy that thinks he's going to get $110. And then on the sold listings, it's pretty much all just 40, 30, 35, 40. Yeah. Hey, what's up, BPF? So yeah, we got a 2002 slight machine doubled mint mark beehive nickel. Yeah, probably. No more doubling in the letters. Well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear it, BPF. Alright, I'll throw it in a slat. Like I said, I gotta do more research before I post it and list it. But I have made the executive decision that any of the error coins that I find on stream from here on out, I'm going to be posting on the whatnot page. So anything you see here live will be for sale on the whatnot. And I always leave everything open for, you know, you can bid whatever you think it's worth. All right, we'll throw that right in the pile. So same thing with the aired pennies that we found yesterday, like the die crack, the double date, all those will be listed. The nickel, I got you, buddy. So there you go. There's that die cut error again, Todd. You were right, and I had no clue about this beehive error. That's funny that you called it. You basically manifested me finding this beehive error. You're Irish lucky. Alright, so we'll add up there with the rest of the good finds that we've had. Found a couple die cut dimes. I don't know if I'm going to throw those into the, or onto the whatnot, for the simple fact that they're really not worth anything. I'd have to sell them for like $1. And with that, it ends up pretty much not being worth it. It's, you end up paying more in shipping than you do for the product. What is that? Oh, okay, that's just a normal scratch. I was about to say, what kind of a die cut error is that? Hold on to that one, rare. Okay. I know you were talking about the beehive. AZ, there's a limit of 10,000 on the gamble. Or I mean on the, yeah, gamble. If you want to gamble the max amount, you can just put the word all instead of typing numbers out. Oh, there's another one of those infamous 2024 nickels. Only 3 million minted for some reason.
I woke up to the sound of steel chains dragging where the cold winds kneel.
Yeah, you willed it, Todd. You definitely did, man. Because when you said, do you know about the beehive? I really did not know what you were talking about at all. I honestly thought you were talking about a movie as well. Um, but yeah, we found one. And then we got another 2024 D nickel on top of it. Still bewildered over the 1893 S Morgan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a key date or not, so I'm not really one to say why it's worth that much. But I know I've sold 1895 Morgans and MS63 from PCGS for $80. So I don't. I guess I just don't see the you know difference between an 1895 or an 1893. Beekeeper movie outstanding. I've never seen it. I did see you say that to Uncle Adim. That Beekeeper is that, or someone. I don't know if it was Uncle Adim or someone else, but I saw you talking about the Jason Statham movie. I've never seen that one. I don't really stay too up to date with new mainstream media or anything like that. I'll be 100% honest. I spend 90% of my time watching entertainment on YouTube. So I mean, I just literally have like probably 50 subscriptions that I watch religiously. Like every probably few days they upload a video. I mean, Good Mythical Morning is one that I have to watch every single day. So I'm just about YouTube. I don't watch movies. I don't watch TV. I don't really watch anything other than YouTube. 100,000 minted. Taji 100,000 minted for the 1893. Oh yeah, bro, I watch all the cooking channels. Brad Leone, Maddie Matheson, uh, DiGiovanni, Guga, Wiseman. Yeah, I'm all about watching the cooking channels too. Here's a reverse D mint mark. So what year do we think this nickel is going to be? Looking at that D mint mark, it's probably a 64 because that's a pretty crisp D. How to barbecue right? Yeah, I watch a lot of barbecue channels just because I'm from Texas. And, I mean, I love my beef. I'll take a beef rib over a steak any day. Yeah, yeah, the big guy with the kind of 5 o'clock shadow. Always wears the black gloves. Yeah. Nobody's guessing what year this nickel is. Malcolm is his name. Okay. Got 63 from David F. 64 from Todd. It's got a reverse D mint mark, so it's got to be 64 and below. I'm going to go ahead and say it's a 64 as well. All right, drum roll. Make sure it doesn't have any errors on the back. No beehives, no die cuts, no double letters. 1964. Congrats, Todd. And I've never had a smoked meatloaf. That sounds good though. Oh, is that another 64? Tell me I got two in a row. Ah, 74. Is it me or is Andrew Jackson's lazy eye like extra lazy in this depiction on this 2014? Seems like they put the well, I'm not gonna be that rude, but Ah, crap. Alright, I hope that wasn't... Yeah, we're good on that one. So, I'm not... That was non-copyrighted music. So I'm not able to play music that has copyrights. It did. I'm glad you mentioned something because it was just transitioning into copyrighted music from my playlist. Got a new rangefinder today. Nice. Yeah, Amazon Prime Day should be coming up here soon, right? Make sure you guys order all your Christmas presents and whatnot. It's supposed to be like October 11th or something, I think. Or it might be, I don't know. Maybe it's today through the 11th. I don't really know. Shit. Excuse me. Let's see how many people know their coins. What year was this coin made? If you've been watching my streams, you should know at this point. I don't know, 5. I feel like nobody else is really going to answer that one. So yeah, you're right, David. It's got a heavy strike through grease error on that obverse though. Look at that. In God, in God. Opinions on Silver Gabriel, I think it's going to go a lot higher. Personal opinion, I think it's probably going to see, at least another $20 increase before the end of next year. Yeah, I said at least another $20 increase before the end of next year. $80 is a definite maybe. I mean, hell, in my opinion, $90 silver ounces are a definite maybe. People are just now starting to get interested in silver. So imagine what happens when everyone is interested. Between 100 and 200 by July of 26. I mean, that'd be pretty nice, but I don't think so. Buy them calls then. Not quite sure what you mean. Call options on silver or futures? Oh. Well, I usually run off spot, so. I mean, we're not talking about trading silver here. We're talking about silver stacking, buying silver bars and coins. But, I mean, I do have trade silver. I do have silver options. I also have gold options. I also have gold crypto. I also have gold. So, I mean, you really want to be well versed in your financial endeavors. You know, you need to broaden the spectrum a little more than just options or futures. If you want to really start to invest in gold or silver, I would suggest buying gold or silver. Oh, the guy talking about it being 1 to 100, like that confident. Oh, yeah, yeah. I totally understand. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wish I was that confident because I don't know. I mean, I see it hitting at least another $5 before we see a significant dip. Just because a dip is going to be healthy for the market, it's going to come right around, you know, probably the end of the month. Um, we're going to see quarter 4 start to get a little bloody, and that's okay. But where we go from the end of there determines how the end of the year is going to fall. Because I don't know about you guys, but I see a significant decrease in most stocks. I see a significant decrease in the cost of gold and silver and cryptos. You know, somewhere around the middle of December, I'm expecting this drop to happen. And that's just my personal premonition of the market. Now, I don't expect anyone to agree with me. In fact, if you don't agree with me, please by all means tell me how you think it's going to go. Hopefully, no black swans again. Yeah, I hopefully, but you know, it's always a possibility. Everything is always a possibility. I mean, the crappiest part about being in the world of finances is you literally have one of two options. It either goes up or it goes down. You got up or down. Pick one. And if you pick one, chances are it goes the other direction half the time. So it all depends on how the market makers want the end of the year to happen. It all depends on, you know, this government shutdown is going to play a massive part in, you know, the way that the end of the fourth quarter happens. So this government shutdown alone is currently creating a huge amount of strife amongst the financial community for the simple fact that we're not getting information that we need. You know, we're not getting our CPIs, we're not getting all these things that we're supposed to be looking at. But we'll see how it continues to play out. In my opinion, I do think that the blackout from the government has created a bit more of a Wild West, per se, in the markets because people are more brazen, more ballsy. They're much more willing to kind of throw caution to the wind. And we've seen some pretty good things come of it so far. I mean, hell, Bitcoin hit what, 3 new all time highs across 2 different days. So it's not like we're seeing terrible things happen or come from this, but time will tell as to how terrible it can get potentially. Sorry, guys. Now, if you're asking me if I would short silver right now, the answer is no. Silver's got a rocket up its. So I don't think that right now would be the best time to short silver. Now, short Bitcoin, maybe. You know, short gold, maybe. But short silver, no. Don't do that. I see with the way that gold is going, a potential dip happening, not necessarily extremely soon, but I do see it not really breaking 4,100. I just don't think that it's going to. Yeah, we're already back down to 3,976 from 4,072. Yeah, so it didn't break 4,100, and we're already back down into the $3,900 range. It'll probably go back down to about 38. In fact, it's already hit 39.57, still showing a pretty solid downtrend right now, in all honesty. So if you look at that, we're not seeing higher highs, we're seeing lower highs. Hold on, trying to hold a shit ton of coins and my phone, and there we go. So we saw that drop from 4,072 happen, drop down to about, what is that, 40, 45, and then had a significant tank all the way down to 39, 57, 67, went up a little, created a higher high, and then a lower high, and then a lower low. So right now we're kind of sitting in no man's land, and potentially this has the, you know, we could see it potentially drop all the way back down to, I want to say maybe 38, 40. So right there, I would say that's about where our fair value gap leans. So all depends on the market though, man. Everything depends on what people are willing to invest in the moment. Oh, they're stopping gold. It's called when the US government decides to print more money, therefore driving us deeper and deeper and deeper into a recession. I mean, it's a pretty legitimate thought process that when gold starts to skyrocket, it's because the cost of the dollar is going down. Eggs get to $12 a carton, milk gets to, $7 a gallon. All of a sudden, everybody's worried about the fact that we're in the middle of a recession. They print, gold goes up. Hmm. Oh, I'm not talking about right now, Tony. Got a log cabin '09. It's actually not in the worst condition. It's got some corrosion on it, but yeah, no, we're not in the deep mindset of a recession right now. Look at the chart and gold only goes up. Boy. Let me fix that for you, Tony. There you go. Oh, you're good, Todd. I know your addictions, man. I knew what you were doing. You were 8 when the 1973 to 4 world oil embargo happened. There was no gas. You could only fill with odd and even days of your license plate lines to fill were hours long. It was nuts. Yeah. I think I told you earlier, David, after my dad graduated high school in 1974. So I mean, that was a different type of world crisis, or not world, I shouldn't even say world crisis. I should say that was a different type of national crisis or crisis for America. I mean, there's been similar uh, scares, but yeah, that was a legitimate like issue. The thing that I'm getting at is things are going to keep pushing on and moving along no matter what, except in the world of finances, things go down. So to say something like gold only goes up is, I just don't have a response to it for the simple fact that it's not true. It's in any asset class. Doesn't matter if it's Picasso paintings or clay pots or precious metals or anything else. Things go down. Like, it's just natural. But yeah, to think of the oil crisis and everything that happened in the early 70s, then yeah, that's just a totally different ballpark. I knew what you meant, Tony. You're almost 60. When were you born? 59. Gotcha. Yeah, my mom was born in 62. My dad was born in 56. So 10 years before you. I would tell you what year I was born in, but you probably wouldn't believe me. No. To give you an idea, my first half sister was born in 75. My second half sister was born in 85. And the answer to that riddle is we're all 10 years apart. Yep. I just turned 30 about 2 months ago. I said I just turned 30 and I went down to 2 viewers. That's incredible. You were happy to get your senior discount? Oh, I mean, that's a you got there. It's got to count for something. It's all good, man. I really don't do this for views or anything. I do this because I would be doing this anyways. And so, therefore, if I get to do it and have, you know, decent conversations with like minded people, then, you know, that's more important to me than having, you know, 50,000 views or something like that. I like these debates that I get into, and I like having, you know, I like having conversations with people that know things. And you're Asian, you were getting carded for alcohol till you were 45. I started growing a beard at the age of 21. I started my first gray hair whenever I was 15. Yeah, that's pretty wild though. 45. But yeah, man, I would rather just I'd rather have a bunch of friends that come and sit and chill with me than you know, 50,000 people that are just going to look at this and then scroll on by. This is yeah, but Todd, you grew up in a different time. Today, 0.32, 30 days, 22.30 year, 49.07, 5 years, 105, 20 years, 731%. I fully understand what you're saying about gold, Daisy. Congrats. Thing is, though, you're going 20 years back. So I guess I'll talk to you in 20 years. And we'll see how exactly everything panned out. Hopefully, you're 1,000% ahead. Just make sure you hold it. Don't ever let go of your precious. I'm not, okay, so again, Todd, I'm not doubting the increase of gold over time. What I just pointed out to AZ is good luck on holding it for the next 20 to 40 years. And you better hold it close, because otherwise, if you leave it out in the open, somebody's either going to take it and sell it for you. 2000D. Okay, so I've been putting everything in a pile right here. Talking about the 2000D with the Abraham long chin. Does it have an AM? Yeah, the A and the M are touching. One of those, or is that just 1999? I don't know how to prep for shit, bro. I can barely prep for getting up in the morning. So the 2000D wide AM error is worth significantly more. You don't want a close AM on a 2000D, you want a wide AM. No, it's a Denver that's wide, but it's supposed to be an error that's worth a lot more money. Nice. That's a pretty cool piece, Todd. Oh, you want me to show the chat? Nice. 1972. Didn't want to show your email. I actually bought something at auction today, Todd. It was a Silver Eagle Liberty. Yes. Hello, Crystal. $19.51 wheat penny. Yes, they exist. I saw what you were saying, Todd. Less than $1, Crystal. Wheat pennies are usually only worth about 25 to 75 cents. I mean, if it's in a graded slab and, in mint condition and still has its red toning and everything like that, then it would be worth quite a bit more. But for the most part, just a raw circulated wheat penny is only worth $1 at most, a couple dollars. You know what's interesting though is you mentioned zooming in on this to see if it was doubled, which I knew it wasn't, but I was going to entertain you. So it doesn't have the J in the initials, or the F, I mean, the FS. Yeah, I've got actually quite a few coins that I need to get graded, Tony. It's um it's an entire process though. I will say that. You know what I mean? So if you're not, if you're not ready to buy the $69 membership and pay for the shipping and the insurance and the premium and all of these other fees and everything that these grading companies have put in place, then it's most certainly not the easiest endeavor. $40 process, I wish. So the membership alone to PCGS is $69.95. So you're immediately paying $70 just to be a member of PCGS. So on top of that, you're then going to be paying $10 to $15 per coin that you want graded. And then you have to pay shipping to get that coin there and shipping to get it back. And then they want you to pay a specific premium for whatever you think the coin's profit is going to go for. It's a 1% or so premium. So it's an entire process, and PCGS really does just kind of rob you for your money. And I do think that's a die cut. It looks like a die cut. Let me flip it up a little bit. Oh yeah, that's a die cut for sure. That is protruding out rather than sinking in. But yeah, no, I mean, getting a coin graded now is it's kind of a ridiculous process because you have to go through so much. You're better off just waiting until your local coin show comes into town, and then PCGS usually has a booth set up at most local coin shows in order to grade coins there personally, and then you can just walk around the coin show while they're grading your coin, come back to it later. They've got it in a slab. Thing is, you can't take them, 5 coins at a time to a coin show. I think there's like a maximum of 2 coins per person, I want to say. I've only been to a few coin shows, so don't hold me to that because they weren't necessarily recently either. Yeah. Yeah, PCGS usually has a booth set up at any local coin show that would come to town for, well, any locality around you. But the maximum thing is usually what deters people that have a huge collection that they're trying to get graded from going in there. And even if you have a huge collection, if you get the bare membership status, that's like $70. You can only send in 15 coins. So if you have like a 40 coin collection that you're wanting to get graded, then you're SOL unless you spend the $300 for a membership, and you get the premium package, which comes with like, uh, well, I won't even go there, but I did at one point plan on going in on it halvesies with a buddy of mine, and it didn't work out because turns out he didn't have that many coins that needed to be graded, and I didn't have that many coins that needed to be graded. So we just never pulled the trigger on it. But yeah, there is like an elite membership package that you can get that's supposed to be for business owners, and you have like a maximum of 300 coins per year, and you get like a free 15 coins or whatever grading. Um, but well, okay, so I mean, one of the things is you have to do the due diligence of telling them what you're sending them. So it's really up to you to tell them what you're expecting, because if you don't and you just send them coins and you don't tell them, what you think the coins are, then they're just going to send them back as whatever the hell they think they're supposed to be, and half the time it's going to be wrong because they're just looking at coins kind of the way that I am, but they're looking at it in a sense of, all right, well, I know what this coin is supposed to look like, and I don't necessarily see anything wrong with it. I mean, this, what, 2023 D Roosevelt dime has full bands. Of course it does, because it's less than 2 years old. There's no die cut errors. There's no doubling on the reverse. You know, you've got to give them something to work with. What's up, B Waller? How's my best friend in the world? Bit of an outstretch, but we'll give it a shot. Why not? Shipping. Ah, well, I'm glad you could make it to the stream. Glad we can hang out. Sorry you're having to go through all the logistics. I've actually kind of nixed my whatnot auctions, my friend, up until probably a month from now. So I'm gonna be posting. Yeah, B Waller's one of my close. Well, I won't say close. B Waller's one of my good friends. um, but yeah, B Waller. Easy this week. That's better than bad. That's better than bad. But yeah, no, I'm probably not going to be hosting any whatnot auctions anytime soon for the simple fact that everyone's only interested in buying silver right now and they only want to buy silver for bare minimum prices. And I'm not about selling silver for $20 under spot. But other than that, I mean, I've still got the whole whatnot, you know, side business going. Still working on the dude, yeah, it's bad right now. It's really bad. Need a different format, Jay. Oh, well, okay, so I did a little bit of like reconciling over that last whatnot auction, and I realized the major factor that I was having was the fact that I was so out of energy. I sounded like a freaking drone. You know what I mean? Like the tone of my voice was so monotone. I sounded so sad or tired or just whatever that I could understand why, I only had 7 concurrent viewers at a time in that live auction. Because to hear me speak was like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, and he just always has to say something bad. And then whenever he gets to talking, you just kind of, you know what I mean? It was real terrible. I watched the live stream back and I was thinking to myself, like, wow, why the hell did I sound like somebody killed my dog that day? Like, I seemed pissed off. No, I mean, it wasn't like an angry. I was so like exhausted from that day alone that I just didn't have any energy I didn't have any inflection in my voice. There was no like, you know, it was just a bad auction. That's all it was. So I'm not dispelling auctions, but one thing that I did learn is I put up multiple slabs and I was asking bare minimum price. Like I put a 1903 Indian head ICG genuine slab up for $5 and nobody bid on it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Tony, because I'm the same way, but I mean you have to have like I'm not saying you've got to be yelling at the crowd, but you have to have some form of excitement. Otherwise, you're just not getting people interested. But where I was going is I put up a 1903 ICG genuine slabbed coin Indian head for $5 and nobody bid on it. As I instantly said to the chat, I was like, oh, I guess nobody in here actually cares about coins because I have multiple of these and I'm not going to run another slab after that with the fact that this just didn't sell for $5. I mean, the cost to get it graded alone is over $15. So the fact that it couldn't sell for $5 as a slab, is ridiculous. And then I ended up selling, you know, the Mercury silver dime at $1 or whatever it was. I know I sold one for $1, one for $3, and I gave, you know, practically gave one away. Um, but yeah, no, I think it was a lack of energy, lack of energy, and then on top of that, just the crowd wasn't interested. Is what it was. I was trying to sell coins and I had everyone asking me, "Oh, do you have silver? Do you have ounces of silver?" It's like, yes, I have ounces of silver. I have bars of silver. I have bullion of silver. I have 2 ounce silver. I have silver coins. I have all sorts of silver. But you guys just let a silver dime go for $1 when the melt value is like $3 or $4. So I'm not going to sit here and buck and go silver bullion expecting it to get to at least spot. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. That's not on me. That's on you. If you guys don't want to pay for it, then I'm not willing to sell it. I'm not here to give money away. That's not how business operates. $30 ounce and run it. I'll do that. I'll do that all day. That's not a problem for me. But yeah, I'm not bucking going. And that was the title of that. Where I got caught up in that auction was the title of it was Buck and Go. And so I was just, you know, I kind of catty cornered myself into that hole where I was basically forced to sell, what's up, Eminon? Raw coins. You know what I mean? Figuring out the YouTube selling sessions works pretty well, pretty decently. How does that work, B Waller? I might need to get with you and talk to you about that because if they've got live auctions on YouTube, my subscriber base here, I mean, I've only got like 300 followers on Whatnot, but I've got over 400 subscribers here on YouTube, so I would much rather auction on YouTube. You just grab some stuff and say, who wants this? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of a live auction. I can sit here and be like, who wants this ANACS MS66 2018S Cumberland Island slab, right? Boom, sold. Who wants this ICG world's smallest gold coin from India? You know what I mean? Boom, sold. Who wants this Nutcracker silver bar 1 troy ounce? Well, I dropped it, so that's out of the option. Who wants this Morgan? Yes, Kylie, I can help you appraise your coin. If you will go to coincuriosity.us, that is the name of the URL. I'll type it into the chat for you. We actually have the founder here in the chat with us because he is one of my moderators. Hold on. Gotta add the HTTPS to that. Yeah, not a problem. So here's the actual URL. You can click on that. And then what you do is you can create a user account there. Use the promo code JJ50 for 50% off. There's Thomas right there, the actual founder of the company. And any questions that you have about your coins, you can take some pictures of them and upload them directly to the website. And that is an entire community of numismatists that will help you with anything that you have a question about. You're not getting Morgans less than $80. Yeah, you still can. I mean, this 1921 Morgan, I would be willing to sell this at, probably $40 at this point. I mean, it's only $40 because of the cost of silver at this point. You know what I mean? But it's such a high mintage date, being the last year. Yeah, bought one for 40 the other day, exactly. So I would sell this 21 for 40 all day. But I mean, if this, 85 was in a slab, then there's no way in hell that I'm selling this for $40. This runs for like 90. So it depends on the year, the mintage size, the what mint is that 21, like how many of them are there? So this is a 1921 no min mark. All right, so Philadelphia. So the answer to that question is 1921 no mint mark, 44,690,000. That's how many were minted. That's in the red book. Ah, finally got it to work, Thomas. Nice. So I can end my stream and you'll take over? Just kidding. I was about to say, make me. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Call whoever you want. Just make sure there's a lot of them. Exactly. Make sure there's a lot of them. Well, now I know they exist. You just referenced them. It's kind of like the Illuminati. How can you be a secret organization if everyone freaking knows you? Yeah, I can understand that, David. I mean, I feel you on that for the simple fact that I found a lot of coins myself, coin roll hunting, that I would love to get slabbed. But I also have bought, wholesale slab cases that, you know, each slab is only like $5 to me. And then I turn around and sell it because, the premium on it is like $12. I sell it for $10 or $12 or whatever. And so that's why I haven't personally gotten anything graded. For the simple fact that it's not worth it about 90% of the time. Now, for me to go and buy graded slabs, that's worth it because I've found some dealer that's bought, hundreds of thousands of collections that's willing to let go of them at that rate for the simple fact that they just need to offload it and get it out of storage or something along those lines. But all right, I'm gonna go grab a new bottle of water. I will be right the fuck back. Enjoy your slots and gambling, you degens. All right. And we're back. So this time obviously has a strike through grease here. I'm just wondering, is it worth keeping it all? I mean, the top of the E is missing. The bottom of there's that maple leaf stem is missing. Us unum is blown up. I don't know. What do you guys think? Keep it or chuck it? Yeah, I don't keep strike through grease areas either myself, to be honest with you. They simply just don't tickle my fancy. You know what I mean? It's not I find so many of them that it's not that entertaining anymore. This is a stronger than normal one though, but yeah, we'll check it back. I don't need it. I don't need it. Yeah, B Waller, I'm with you. Yeah, if like half the coin is ghosted, then we're talking a whole different story. If an entire word is gone, whole different story. For the most part, though, meh. Man, B Waller, have you been seeing just one more roll streams analytics here lately? That's pretty wild. Think no, he got 29,000 views on one of his live streams just yesterday or the day before. Dude surpassing some of the biggest coin tubers out here right now in live stream views. Like Rob Finds Treasures. He usually only gets like what, 10,000, 15,000 views. If you get 26,000 views just looking at coins, man, hell, I'm happy for him. Man's killing it right now. He went from like 300 subscribers to over 700 in like 3 days. I don't know what he's doing that I'm not, but I need to figure it out. I think it was just consistency of uploads, though. He's been grinding it, bro. He's like every single day, multiple times a day streaming. Got a 1995 Kennedy half grease here. I want to show you it's far superior to selling on eBay. Where do I email the pic to? Type in !email without a space. That command will have the bot tell you my email. No, no space. You had it right the first time. I've got a couple bicentennial strike through Greece that are pretty significant, but I would have to go through my entire drawer of bicentennials to find them. There's that 2000D close AM again. I have to figure out something new for the channel. Um, I mean, hmm. So I've come across this thought process as well. It's kind of interesting when you try to think of doing something different with coins because there isn't too much more that you can do other than, you know, showing off a collection. And at that point, I mean, there's only so many times you can show off. it's, it's one of those things where you either have to be continuously adding to it, which in that case you're coin roll hunting, which makes for good live content, or you're showing off a collection that you've already accumulated through coin roll hunting, which makes for good content. But one of those outlasts the other in longevity. So I haven't myself figured out much other avenues to go down as far as attracting newer viewers. Yeah, I can understand that. So pennies and nickels only get you so far. Quarters definitely are the way to go. Not even just quarters for silver quarters, but quarters for errors, quarters for, you know, just specific mint marks, specific mintages. So obviously your 2009s are going to be lower mintage, but there's definitely more variety in quarters than there is in nickels and dimes. Because nickels and pennies, you're only looking for Indian head cents, wheat pennies, buffalo nickels, shield nickels, old nickels. So another Tim jar. So hopefully that kicks it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the idea is to definitely continuously create something new that sparks new interest, and you're introducing new forms of content. So that's kind of why I added the mini games and everything to my chat. Is simply one, the CloudBot and the mini games add to the amount of chats that are entered into the live stream, therefore adding to the analytics and the overall algorithm to boost viewership. So the more, the more you get people talking, the more you get people interested, the more you get people stuck, the more, views you get, more watch time. Been doing a little in TikTok, but that's a whole nother animal. Yeah, see, I'm not really interested in doing the whole TikTok or Instagram route. I've thought about doing that to promote the business, but it's just not something I'm interested in. I know it's, different avenues, different routes for the same outcome potentially, just to gain more traffic, but it's not something that I'm really wanting to pursue in a long term. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, David. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad one. See if we can zoom in on that. Yeah, so Liberty is missing across the top. The I is missing. The T is missing. The date is missing. I mean, that could potentially just be where, but there's definitely a grease strike error there. And then accumulated with where as well. Did you add a picture of the reverse, or is this just the only one? Yeah, it looks like the only one. That's an interesting find. It's definitely worth keeping. I mean, I certainly wouldn't get rid of it. I would add that to my personal collection if I found it. And my whole business is dealing coins, so I would keep that if I were you. Keep that for sure. There was no date on it, Todd. The date was missing. Yeah, I mean, going the route of getting it graded might be a little bit difficult per se because B. Waller, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you had a coin sent out for a grease strike through error, but it didn't actually get anything but post mint damage on the return. Um, I think that was you. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I remember specifically watching somebody that had gotten in a grouping of orders that they had sent in for grading, and a few things came back. You haven't done that, but you've heard someone around here that did do that. Oh, okay. I remember it's the first stream that I met Thomas in. Coin Curiosity. Uh, Crap, I can't remember exactly who it was, but I remember that he had given them the information that it was a strike through grease error. They had gotten like 5 coins graded, and the one that was supposed to be a strike through grease error came back as post mint damage and just normal wear. I just can't Can't remember which coin tuber I'm thinking of at this point. Oh well. Anyways, so it's always hit or miss when getting a strike through grease hair graded because like here the E in E pluribus is slightly missing. So that could potentially be a strike through grease hair, or it could also potentially just be normal wear on the coin, because I'm willing to bet that this coin, just given off of the Lincoln Memorial, is 76. I want to say is what year this coin was minted. 78. So yeah, I mean, on an older coin like this, it's so hard to tell if it's an actual strike through grease or if it's just the coin is old, it's been in a bunch of pockets, whatever, whatever. 36 degrees here, no thanks, Todd. You can keep that wherever you are. Well, I actually think I remember where you are, but I'm not going to dox you like that. Because I know, well, I don't know your address, but I have means of knowing your address. I've sent you quite a few packages. After a order completes, though, I don't have access to that information whatsoever, so probably not right now. I'd have to do another auction. Yeah, Michigan. Okay, that's what I thought. Whenever I'm doing my orders, I pay attention to the states that they're going to just to take into consideration how long it's going to be before the payment clears. Because I don't technically get paid until you get whatever it is I sent you. So I do a little bit of mental math in my head, and I've pretty much figured out how long it's going to take for any one package to get to any state in the U.S. Other than Hawaii. I've never sent anything to Hawaii. Excuse me. What's up, John? Oh, Todd, those are all going to be in one package. But yeah, you like what DHC is doing with his penny and nickel hunts? What's he doing? Please spread the word. Oh, all right. So here's a good question. What year do we think this was minted? I'm gonna go ahead and say 72. Selling hunts. Selling hunts. I I don't know what you mean by that. Todd says 1980. All right. It's a potential. 79 from BY. Tell me what you mean by selling hunts. Selling. Hope you're having a good night so far, John. So he hunts a box for a. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Now that's interesting. I wonder if you could minimize that to selling rolls, and then they could keep whatever is found. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of a premium can you sell on a 50-cent roll as a guaranteed coin box on? Yeah. So, I mean, somebody would take what normally would be a $25 penny box. He goes through all of them for, selling it at what, $30, $40 or whatever. Yeah, me too. I mean, I've got shield nickels and buffalo nickels, even no date buffalo nickels out the wazoo. So I could guarantee some good finds. $10 and $25 a box? There's no way he's selling $10 a box. Not if a box is $25. Oh, okay. So all the coins that are going back into circulation are getting kept and then returning here. Yeah, got it, got it, got it. Hmm. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that without guaranteeing fines. So I've only found what, out of the last 10 probably penny rolls that I've done just tonight alone in the last 4 hours or so. I've found 3 wheat cents. That's not worth that's not worth somebody paying $10 a box to $25 a box to get 3 wheat cents. But I have hundreds, if not thousands, of wheat pennies that I could throw into the mix. Hey, Mikey, I was wondering if you were going to show up, man. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. I mean, same thing me with, buffalo nickels. I've got more buffalo nickels than I need, you know. And the thing is, that's usually, oh, no, no, you're good. You don't gotta be sorry, man. It's, the whole point of a chill spot is the fact that you can show up whenever you want, man. Don't worry about it. But anyways, B Waller, so I've got so many no date buffalo nickels that it's ridiculous. Things that I don't even need. And to sell them is practically impossible, unless I'm selling 5 no date buffalo nickels for $3, then it's just not worth it. But if I could, yeah, if there's a whole out process. Uh, B Waller, I mean, mm, I could understand the concern, but at the same time, in the world of business, there's no such thing as stepping on toes. You know what I mean? Dude can't monopolize on the idea of selling searches or coin roll hunts. The fact that he might have come up with the idea is cool, but you can't capitalize on one idea and expect no one else to do it. That's not how business works. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we would all still be using Nokia cell phones. Oh, absolutely. I mean, being mindful is one thing, but to think that you aren't capable of doing something just because somebody else did it before you is not, being mindful, I understand, but to think that you just simply aren't capable of doing it is a different thing. Two more Lincoln Grease Air picks. The 19 is a weedy. Yeah, Thomas said a few coin streamers sell boxes. Oh, okay, I'm looking at it. I see I mean, it's the first one you sent me is a 19 something. So, I mean, you can't even tell the end of the date, but then 1971S, Grease Strike Through Air, the U, the S, the T, and Trust is gone, the 1 is gone. Yeah, those are interesting. I mean, definitely keep them. So just because I don't keep some grease hairs, you said it's a 1919. Just because I don't keep some grease hairs doesn't mean others aren't valuable. I would definitely keep those too. So the way that I've thought about doing some of my whatnot live auctions here recently is I have this tray with a magnetic lid, right? I've thought about doing whatnot auctions and stacking this tray with coins. So, say I just take a handful of raw coins and toss them in there, right? And then throw the lid on and then do an auction on that. Good night, Todd. Love you too, bro. So, say I do an auction on that, right? And you get whatever's in this tray right now. You don't know what's in there. And then I open it up and it's 1982D fine full bands Roosevelt dime, 2005D AU Buffalo, a 1917 VG8 Mercury dime, a 2008 or a 2000D Sacagawea, a 1943 uncirculated penny, steel, 2006 D BU quarter, a 2003 D AU quarter, and whatever you get runs off that. You know what I mean? Yeah, pretty 43. It is a pretty 43, honestly. Stick a magnet to it and it sticks. But you got royalty ripped. I would say as long as you can make it worth the buyer's cash, you will do well. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm not here to scam people. Like that's one thing me and Todd have talked about over and over is so many people are out here trying to sell like 5 grams of silver for, 80 bucks or whatever. And when in reality they should be selling, a gram of gold for 80 bucks. But I'm not here to try to sell people, you know, shit in a snake oil sock. Yeah, you were scammed. It happens. I mean, it's definitely a prevalent thing on whatnot specifically right now. That's one of the sad features of the application. application is people can do whatever they want. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where Whatnot is seeming to be heading is they spouted about having lower fees and everything than eBay, and then now all of a sudden people are paying hundreds of dollars for absolutely nothing whatsoever. Like I forgot, I didn't forget, but I forgot my rules and I wasn't paying attention. I thought I was bidding on gold. Turns out I got 2 grams of silver for $160. And yeah, it didn't work out the way it was supposed to, obviously. So it happens to the best of us. And Whatnot. I mean, that's kind of one of the things that people on Whatnot have started to perfect is how to scam people. And the reason for that is so many of the Whatnot auctioneers end up losing so much money that they have to push themselves into this position of, all right, well, the only way I can afford to do this is if I'm taking money from people that are unknowingly spending it, and then it just creates a whole debacle of shady, exactly what John just said, shady characters that you avoid like the plague. So that's not what I try to spout. That's not the community that I try to uphold. That's certainly not, the business ownership. That's certainly not the customer service that I implore. Um, I go out of my way to make sure that everyone gets exactly what they have in value for what they've spent. So I've lost a lot more money than I have made just doing Whatnot. For the simple fact that I do a lot of my auctions at $1 and go. And whenever I try to usually do, an actual legitimate price value for whatever it is that's on screen, it doesn't work out. So it's it's either here or there. It's never in between. Paid $140 for what I thought was a silver quarter roll, but turned out to be a regular roll. The sellers say we pride ourselves on fair deals, but they wouldn't correct that. Yeah, I would never treat someone like that. You have to have morals in the world of business, man. You definitely have to have morals because if you're out here just scamming people, then you know what you're doing. You know you're not gonna get away with it for long before everyone else finds out what you're doing and then just simply doesn't, give you any business whatsoever. So it all falls back on karma in the end. Yeah. Yeah, that's the major thing is so much of the eBay live auctions and the Whatnot live auctions have been overcrowded with large scale sellers and not just consumers trying to sell, right? So the whole point of live auctions is to be able to introduce to your average day consumer an area that they were able to potentially receive products for less than what market value would go for. Now, what we see now is an extremely large amount of brick and mortar stores with whatnots that buy silver coins at melt value from crackheads or whoever it is that they're able to scam that day in the store into selling however many ounces of silver, and then they turn around and put it on Whatnot, and they do it buck and go with 500 viewers in the audience, and at least 20 of those viewers really want that silver, so they're willing to run it up to $50 to $60 an ounce. You know, that's what you see. It's no longer about your small guy, it's no longer about your consumer to consumer, peer to peer. It's strictly just, well, we have this and we can sell it to you at either $30 an ounce or $60 an ounce, and we don't care either way because we bought it for $24 an ounce, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of a really messed up marketplace right now. Yeah, auction pushers for sure. All right. I don't necessarily want to end the stream just yet. Oh, I guess you got to go, B-Waller. Have a good night, bro. Sleep well, my friend. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Have a good day tomorrow. I hope work, since it's Friday, I hope work goes by really quickly. Oh, got a 1969 with some actual pretty good red toning. Still, it's not brown. Wow. Still got some luster.
Ooh, that's an old one. All right, what year do we think this is? Oh, hold up. Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Thank you for saying that, Mikey. My microphone battery died. Okay, so it should be clear now. Yeah, there we go. I had to get my other microphone out. No, but now that you mention it, though, the air compressor probably needs to be purged. Got to let that water out. $1967 is a pretty good guess. I would have to be right there with you. I think it's either a 71 or a late 60s. David F says 76. All right. This is a very chewed up and in very bad condition. 1977. David F was closest. If we were playing by Price is Right rules. Man, I'm wondering where Thomas and AJ and everyone else went. Seems like the rest of the chat's gone ghost mode. Oh, yeah, look.
Speak of the devil. Man's got to 7 million J-Bucks and thinks he's on top of the world, doesn't have to do anything all of a sudden. Said, my rent's paid for. Don't expect me to speak. The overwhelming urge to just go to the dashboard and then diminish the amount of points that Thomas has is overwhelming currently. Like, oh, you had 7 million J-Bucks or 8 million J-Bucks? Be a real shame if you just had 8,000 all of a sudden. Whoa, that's a really shiny 1981. What the hell is that? Why is it so shiny? I don't. You were fine tuning being able to create shorts from landscape mode. Oh, okay. Yo, if you figure that one out, tell me. Because I can think of a million different ways that I can utilize that to make shorts about dollar bills. All right. Anyways, so very nice lustered 1981D with no full steps. In fact, no steps whatsoever. I guess that's cool. But a lot of luster, a lot of dignity in this coin. And I dropped it. Maxed out on silver purchases. Now it's time to stash back money for Christmas gifts for the 13 grandkids and 2 grandchildren. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about whenever I say something like gold and silver are going to go down by the end of the fourth quarter. Now, everybody doesn't realize that people that have been stacking for quite some time are going to cash out. And when they cash out, they are going to drop the cost overall because they have been holding on to this stuff for a long time, right? it's the exact same thing as whenever the marketplace hits top and people that have been holding since the bottom still get to, basically the people that have had Bitcoin since it was $1,000 a share, selling at $120,000 a share, are obviously going to influence the market. It's simple. It's basic market math. There's that 81D again. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to think, oh, you've got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that have been stacking gold and silver for all of these years, decades even. And you think now that it's at the top, tippity top, that nobody's going to just cash out on that? What the fuck? Bro, you think nobody's going to be like, oh yeah, gold's $5,000 an ounce. I guess 5 ounces that I bought back in 1970 when it was only 1800. All right, not sure what happened there. But anyways, so all these people that have been holding for years and years, that have been holding, since gold was back at 1,800 an ounce, you think all of a sudden they're just not going to freaking sell? Like, dude, 60 years old, he's been holding on to 20 ounces of gold for 40 years. Why do you think he wouldn't sell? And what is that going to do when he sells? It's going to drive the price down. I don't know. Call me a nihilist, call me a pessimist, whatever. But I see the current ramp up in precious metals being dipped ever so slightly askew in the near future, come probably middle, if not end of quarter 4 this year, before we see the full on ramp up that we are going to see when gold hits $5,000 an ounce and silver hits, $75 an ounce or whatever and what have you. Yeah, people will sell and it will dip. It's a healthy marketplace thing to happen. If a market just continued to go up and up and up and up and up and up and never had a dip, then it's obviously being manipulated. It's simple economics. Things will go up and things will go down as supply and demand gets more or less. Krugerrands when GSR was 104 trading it in for silver. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something that a lot of traders that have very deep intellectual knowledge on the level of exchange rates capitalize on a daily basis. I mean, I know of a few traders in my close circle that literally they can look at the price of a yen in the day and they can compare it to the price of an AUD and they will literally buy $10,000 yen and then strike it against the AUD exchange and then they will just simply transfer it over, exchange it and make $5,000, $2,000, you know. It depends on how the exchange rate wants to work that day. Well, yeah, that's because it hits that number and people, it's fear versus greed. So, fear versus greed is the entirety of a market. That is everything that drives the market, fear versus greed. If I see Bitcoin hit $150,000 tomorrow, I'm selling. I don't care who you are. You know what I mean? I'm fearful that it's not going to see $150,000 until the end of the next 4 year cycle. If you understand how crypto works, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And otherwise, if I'm talking about something else, if I see silver hit $75, I'm selling for fear of the fact that it won't hit $75 for another 20 or 30 years. You did not make any fiat, I gained ounces. There you go. All right, cool. Well, it's a pretty simple concept whenever you're talking about assets and precious metals, and it goes all the way back to, it's, you can buy stock in it, you can buy futures, you can buy options, you can buy any sort of commodity that would be backed by silver, platinum, copper, any other precious metal. That's not going to change the market. But what does change the market is whenever things start to get all the way at the top and people are starting to fear that it's not going to go any higher, all of a sudden everyone's wanting to sell. And anyone that thinks it's going to go any higher is going to get stuck in a very hard place between a rock. I think silver will hit $75 before the end of 2026, fourth quarter. John. So give silver a year. I mean, we just went from what, 30, I want to say $34 about 2 months ago, back in July, to now we're up over $50. It's going to continue to go up until gold goes down, and it's going to continue to go up and after gold goes down. And then after gold hits its bottom and everybody's selling their silver at the peak in order to buy more gold at the bottom, then we will continue to see gold rise. That's something that I've sat here and preached. It's kind of like Bitcoin and Ethereum. You know what I mean? it it's ridiculous in the way that you have to understand the way that finances work, the way that assets work. So you purchase gold, all right? I bought gold right now. Say this gold that I'm showing you on screen is $5,000, but I bought it at 3,000. Once it hits 5,000 and I've made my $2,000 long-term capital gain, I'm selling this gold no matter what. Now, Bitcoin, same process. I bought my Bitcoin at $80,000. Now my Bitcoin is worth, hey, what's up, Captain Hook? Now my Bitcoin is worth $120,000 a share. That's a literal $40,000 increase per share. Okay. I'm selling that when it's at the peak. And what am I going to invest the profit that I made that in? Well, I'm going to invest it in the next up and coming thing, Ethereum or XRP or Solana or any other altcoin. Yeah, 1906 barber quarters are silver. But what I'm doing is I'm taking that profit that I made from Bitcoin that I sold at the peak whenever it was at the very tippity top tip, and then I'm investing it, I'm reinvesting the profit into other alternatives next to it. So once gold reaches $5,000, $6,000 and starts to legitimately take a dive, we're going to see silver continue to skyrocket. The same way we're going to see Ethereum continue to skyrocket while Bitcoin dips. The same way we're going to see XRP, Solana, all these other altcoins, alt season. If you're in the crypto universe, you know what I'm talking about. We're going to see that happen. Okay, so as Bitcoin dominance drops, as Bitcoin cost drops, and alts go up, that's alt season. Same thing happens in precious metals. We're going to see platinum skyrocket, silver skyrocket, gold dip. Then we're going to see it all level out. Over about a year and a half to 2 years' times, it's going to level out and things are going to balance itself out again. And that's going to be probably 52.50 gold ounce and $100 silver ounce. You know what I mean? XRP is going to explode because it's going to become the next formal banking currency that all national and international banks use to transfer funds. It's all coming into motion. We're still in the baby foot, barely crawling stages of crypto. So there's no reason to worry about crypto right now. I mean, it's going to happen as it happens, but XRP isn't going to see over $4.90 before 2026 probably. We won't see a $5 XRP until 2026, I should say. But I mean, all of this ties back into that whole thought process of you have to understand the charts. Well, that's the bare minimum. You have to understand the charts. You have to understand the way that the world works in finance. You have to understand that you're constantly in a deficit. You're always going to be fighting the market makers. It doesn't matter where you're at. You're not a conglomerate. You're not an ETF. You're not BlackRock. You don't have $50 billion to spend. So you're constantly going to have to do your own due diligence, do your own research, cover your own ass, however you want to say it, while you're in the world of finances to make sure that whatever it is that you're doing is going to be the right thing for the next at least 1 year, if not 5 years. And if you can't hold on to that thought process, then you probably shouldn't be in the world of finances. Just go make sure you're doing your 9 to 5. Make sure you show up to work on time and kiss your boss's ass, because otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. Crypto is a questionable investment. It could crash to worthless within hours, if not minutes. That's an incredibly bold statement. Do you have any information backing that up whatsoever, or are you relying strictly on the idea of what some shit coins have done in the past? I mean, there's always the idea that anyone could rug pull any stock. So don't think that it's just crypto based. I mean, stock markets, there's a reason why pump and dump and rubber band effect have been terms for the last 30 to 40 years. And that's exactly my point, Manderson. If you're investing in Solana, if you're investing in BCH, if you're investing in BNB, if you're investing in Bitcoin, if you're investing in Ethereum, some of these top line crypto coins, that have literally billions, if not trillions of dollars in their market cap. Probably no arguments besides look at the shitcoins. Yeah, exactly. If you're looking at coins like OM, where it drops from $6 to 60 cents in 15 minutes because the entirety of the company that backed the coin sold every single share out from underneath the market, then yes, it's capable of rug pulling a coin. You know, anyone is capable. Look at the Hawk Tuah girl of rug pulling a coin. But that's not to say that it isn't also possible on the stock market in futures or options either. It's a simple matter of there are market makers, there are people that own the market, there are people that created the coin, the stock, the whatever. And if you don't understand how that works and you get yourself involved in something that's not legitimate, then that's on you. I only invest in Solana, Ethereum, and Bitcoin, the main three. That's the only thing I put my money into, other than I do have a few third layer coins that I tried to put money into thinking it was going to be a worthy endeavor. And I'm down, 90% on them. But that's not to say that I don't also have stocks that I'm down 90% on because the market just died. The company is no longer a company. It's a simple matter of the fact that it happens across the board, but everyone that thinks, oh, crypto's new, crypto's weird, I don't understand it, I don't like it, I can't even touch it. Well, how many of your stocks do you put your hands on? How many oil shares have you actually touched? You went out there and stuck your hands in some oil barrels? Yeah, it's interesting whenever it's one thing to get me onto the realm of finances. It's another thing to get me onto the realm of talking shit about crypto because, as you know, that's my bread and butter. Bread and butter. I wanted to expletive. All right, so point being is PAX G gold right now. What is that selling at? $3,967 an ounce. So where do you think gold's going to go after this massive dip before it hit 4,100? Right? We go and we look at the 1 day chart. What what do you think is going to happen after this? It's just going to keep going up. It's just going to keep going up. Gold has never gone down. Gold has never gone down. Okay. Really? You think that? Gold has never gone down? There's gold at what, 1,000? 12-hour chart? All right, I'll put you on the 12-hour chart. Hey, what's up, Tundra Mike? Yeah, but in 25 years it could be 10,000. All right. Well, tell me how 25 years of holding gold. Ah, thank you. So basically, what I was saying is I understand the idea behind 20 years is 750%, right? But the idea behind something going up and going up and going up and never stopping is absolutely ridiculous. Because I don't care if that tree is 100 years old or 25 years old, eventually you're going to get wood rot. And it can only get so tall before it topples over under its own weight. So if you want to sit here and believe in your mind that gold is going to hit 10,000 and that silver is going to hit 200, or whatever your market evaluations are, then by all means that's more power to you. But I'm here to keep the idea of a realistic market evaluation, in the sense that a healthy dip is going to come inevitably after we simply, reach the point of a recession, that everyone is going to start selling what they have just to survive. And who knows, that could be in 5 years, that could be in 10 years, that could be in 15 years, but it's going to come. It's pretty much written in the rule book at this point that at a certain point, people are going to get tired of paying what they're paying for the things that they're paying for. right? And when that happens, businesses shut down, people go bankrupt, nothing works. People are not no longer willing to accept the bullshit. And from that point on, you have to deal with a recession, a depression, you know, a significant drop in overall funds per household. Yeah, I understand, Thunder Mike. You've got it pretty much set then. Self-direct IRA. Yeah, yeah, you're all set then. I mean, so a lot of the stocks that I have, I plan on holding for the rest of my life. In fact, I probably plan on giving them to my children whenever I have children. Um, I mean, I don't have any bonds. I do understand that crypto is going to be the new wave of the future of finances. What the hell is wrong with Lincoln's mouth? What happened? Crypto is going to be the wave of the new future of currency. Required minimum distributions because I never opened a ROTH, which you never opened a Roth, which is a big yeah. Yeah, never opening a Roth is a huge mistake. But it's certainly not like you can't fix it still, because like I was about to say, cryptocurrency is going to be the way of the future. And the thing about cryptocurrency that makes it extremely appealing is anyone can get it from anywhere, literally. Doesn't matter. As long as you have a bank account and the ability to connect it to something, you can purchase crypto. And with the way that the US government is looking at pushing, it costs 14 cents to make a nickel. Well, how long are they going to keep paying 15-cent premiums on coins that they're making that they aren't making money from? The money machine can only go so far. Digital currency is practically costless, except for the amount of energy it takes to mine the actual coins, but the majority of those have already been mined. So it all falls back into this process of, where do you think we're going to be in 20 years? Where do you think in 2045 we are going to be sitting? Are we going to be sitting here looking at pennies together? Because I don't think we will be. I think we'll be sitting here talking about crypto more than we're sitting here talking about coin rolls. And that's kind of a no shit factor. Oh no? All right. Let me get your rebuttal, Thunder Mike. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were saying no as in like no, that's not where we're gonna be in 20 years. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's a no-brainer when the president of the United States is literally putting an act, things that are called the crypto bill, and they're pushing markets and marketplaces and oh shit, what do we got here? What do we got here? What is this? We got a potential dye deterioration. Selling your copper pennies when you're 80, yeah, that's probably when they're going to be worth the most, to be honest. The Great Reset, absolutely. So that's something that Thomas, one of my moderators, was talking about earlier, and it's essentially we need to go through more hard times to create more hard people, because whenever you have hard people that go through hard times, they create weaker times, and over time, those weaker times create weaker people, and then those weaker people create harder times. So it's an inevitable cycle that we will always be able to probably rely on, for the simple fact that if your parents had to do this and that in order to get that, they don't want you to go through that because they don't want you to have deal and suffer the way that they did. That's the way that nurturing works. Until that point gets to the, final pinpoint of you can't do that anymore. And now all of a sudden, everyone that's so snowflake and coddled and nurtured is forced into this reality of, hey, shit sucks. Welcome to the real world. And then all of a sudden they have to become these hardened individuals that don't care about anything. This one's still really weird to me. So it's obviously some sort of broad strike, but it almost seems double stamped. It's unless that's just like a mark on the coin. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, no, that's just a mark. Never mind. Smarter people hundreds of years ago, I would potentially have to agree with you. I believe that there was a bunch more common sense 100 years ago. People didn't need a warning label to tell them that their coffee was hot. Uh, well, that pretty much should be the only explanation that I need to give. The origin of crypto. So crypto started in the early 90s. Um, it was actually a foreshadowing hypothesis of the 2008 crash and recession. Um, so cryptology, um, the way that it worked out in the 90s, there were a lot of mythology behind the idea of crypto and cryptology. So the idea that you can create a essential currency through the idea or the actual processing of bits of information through graphics processors or CPUs or any other form of computer would be profitable. So they called it digital mining. And with that was birthed Satoshi, with Satoshi from the 90s. And this is all, mythological, hypothetical things that people have considered and thought of for the most part. With Satoshi came the birth of the crypto heads, and they had a 1993 group that focused mainly on the processing of information through programming, through different bit processing in order to solve highly complicated equations and mathematical problems, things of that nature, puzzles essentially for computers. They could form something that was never created before in bit hashing. So, with that, came Bitcoin, essentially. Now, there were many prototypes before it, probably about 10, that came out of the 90s alone. But it wasn't until 2008 when Satoshi released Bitcoin and then went dark that it was all really kind of put on the community to create. And that's why you have literally, you can become a Bitcoin miner right now. In fact, there's cute little office decorations that are like clocks that have a CPU that can process and rate bit hashes in order to create Bitcoin. Yeah, the blockchain is a grouping of code that's constantly being created. So, anyways, yeah, it's not as complicated as it sounds because can you show me a picture of the situation of the Satoshi? So no, there's no actual known pictures of Satoshi. It's Satoshi. Satoshi is Satoshi Nakamura. He's the creator of Bitcoin, the founder, but he went completely dark and AWOL after creating Bitcoin for the simple fact that if he would have stuck around, it probably wouldn't have worked out very well for him legally. And the thing is, crypto is always focused on the anonymity, or what is the word? Anonymity. There it is. Anonymity of crypto. So you're not supposed to be able to know anything other than what my safety secure, or so safety deposit box holds. So you can actually look into people's accounts from the outside, but unless you have the actual pass keys, you're not capable of retrieving any of the funds. That's one of the things that also makes crypto amazing, in my opinion, for government use, because it's a completely open market. There are no backdoors, there are no secrets, there are no offshore accounts. There's no capable way of hiding a cryptocurrency account. So the fact that the government, the US government treasury, has a crypto account, you can actually see whenever it makes deposits or moves, transfers funds, whatever it might do from its account, you can see on CoinGlass. Crypto is a completely transparent form of currency. So that's another thing that really makes driving crypto use in government more, formidable. Because if we can see everything the government's doing through a serious looking glass and magnification, and just be able to track every single dollar that comes or leaves from a government account. Yeah, no picture of this person before they went dark. No, not at all, Thomas. Satoshi Nakamura really made a point of making himself unknown, for the pure fact that if you're in the world of cryptography, you kind of want to remain a secret. But there's suspected known images of him. There was, in fact, a guy that lived in LA that got accused of being him, but he no longer is alive. And only for the simple fact that his name is Satoshi Nakamura. But everyone, of course, wonders or knows or thinks that Satoshi Nakamura is a handle, because who uses their real name online? You think my name is Jay? I know you know my real name. Don't say it. Fred. Yep, my name is Fred. I'm Frederick Douglass the Third. Anyways, oh man, I should probably get back to coin roll hunting. I've gone on this rant for far too long. I'm amazed there's still 10 people in here listening to me talk about this shit. One thing I will say is that back in 2008, when everybody was preaching Bitcoin and everybody else was saying, no, you're crazy, that was cool because Bitcoin was less than, $1 a share. And then in 2012, when everyone was preaching Bitcoin and everybody else was saying you're crazy, that was cool. Bitcoin was only $12 a share. And then back in 2016, when everyone was preaching Bitcoin and everyone else was saying you're crazy, that was cool because Bitcoin was only $1,000 a share. But now we're in 2025, about to hit 2026, and Bitcoin is $124,000 a share. Are you still going to continue to try to tell me that that's nothing? It's now the sixth leading asset collection in the entirety of marketplaces, almost about to surpass gold, beating out rare arts. So one thing you have to understand with Bitcoin though is it's always going to be within a 4-year cycle. So the way that the mining has worked is there's a halving period where you can only mine X amount of Bitcoin per time for per bit hash. So there's always going to be a created demand in the market from what is possible of being mined overall. So every 4 years, there's practically a halt in the marketplace that creates a larger demand. That's why I said the years 2012, 2008, 2016. 2020 didn't count because the pandemic hit and everybody wanted to sell everything. They thought the world was going to end, but we still ended up pulling out of it and then tripling percentages. So it's kind of ridiculous to think it's going away. Yeah, it's not going away. We belong. We belong. How many stocks do you know that are worth over $100,000? One. Gold-backed federal crypto wouldn't come out because there's already a gold-backed crypto, and a gold-backed federal crypto wouldn't hold the same. Uh, how do you say? It wouldn't have the amount of gusto needed. The thing that's kind of what I was getting at with the thing about crypto is it's all about anonymity. Is I don't want to purchase a gold-backed federal crypto-owned token. You know what I mean? I buy crypto because it's anonymous. I buy crypto because if I want to, I can transfer it between wallet and not have to pay federal capital gain tax on it. I can have it from one wallet to another. It's the same as transferring funds from my left pocket to my right pocket. But they do plan on changing that. The IRS does plan on making it to where if you even try to transfer from your Coinbase account to an exchange, you have to pay 15 to 20% short-term capital gain tax on that. So the IRS is going to come up with ways to continue to undermine anything they can on any market that they can. There's always going to be ETFs, there's always going to be BlackRocks, there's always going to be some sort of a market maker that's creating manipulation within the marketplace. It's never going to stop. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Tundra. Do your own research. I mean, I'm in a Ethereum trade right now that's at negative 50%. I'm in a Monero trade right now that's at negative 44%, and a Bitcoin trade right now that's at negative 50%. So those are just futures trading options, not spot. What if a government entity started Bitcoin crypto? They already have. There's plenty of government entities that own their own crypto token. So I use KCEX as my exchange. This right here. So looking at Jupiter, which is Solana based, one of the things that you have to pay attention to whenever you're purchasing crypto is whichever blockchain that it's based off of. So Bitcoin being the mother chain, Ethereum being the alternative chain, Solana being one of the others. You've got HBAR. One of the things that I will say is if you're based out of the US, get on Blowfin and start doing paper trading through crypto. Because if you're not going with the main tokens, you certainly want to be able to learn how to scalp through shitcoins. It's going to be a much more difficult process than if you were investing or trading in main coins, for the simple fact that they are more susceptible. See your last message. Okay. For the simple fact that they're more susceptible to manipulation. So, one of the ways that you can determine if a coin is being manipulated is going to crypto bubbles and then seeing if your market volume is higher than your market cap for the last 24-hour period. Blowfin, yeah, Blofin, Blowfin. I use CaseX because it's lower in fees. You don't end up spending as much whenever you're transferring. But Blowfin does allow paper trading, so you can do demo accounts. What if they created it? I mean, that's what I'm saying, though, Thomas, is there are governments that have created crypto tokens. That's not something new. It's, that's kind of why the US government is trying to push so hard to get into crypto, is because there's so many governments that are already creating their own format of currency through digital currency. So now the US government is behind, therefore they're trying to catch up. Back 25 years, commissions was expensive and spreads buys versus sell were large. No, so that's not the way it works anymore. I pay probably 71 cents on average for each one of my day trades. That's in fees because I'm not a maker, I'm a taker off the market. So therefore I'm not running limit buys or sell orders. I'm running just market average. Um, it definitely all comes back to do your own research, because you're your own market maker at that point. If you aren't capable of figuring out what it looks like on the chart before you make the investment or the trade, then you're going to get caught in the long run and shafted. It's something that simply just doesn't work out the way you want it to. It's certainly nothing like options or futures trading. Definitely not like having to wake up and then pick up your morning paper and look through the, pre-market analytics and data. You actually have a 24-hour access to all data and all analytics, all charts. It never stops. Yeah, 1 cent spreads on many stocks and zero charge. Yeah. Yeah, times have changed, man. It's a lot easier to get entry into the financial market, but it's also a lot easier to lose all of your money if you don't know what you're doing. And, that's on top of me trading. I do have courses. I teach people how to trade. I teach people about crypto. I teach people about finances. So I have multiple avenues of how I make my money. Because if you just walk in and think you're going to be able to read a candlestick chart and understand exactly what's happening, I don't care how far back you pull out, you're not going to be able to do it the right way if you're just now for the first time looking at a candlestick chart. So that's kind of what I do. Is introduce people to doji, introduce people to bull flags, bear flags, rising wedges, falling wedges, reconsolidations, entry points, exit points, teach people about risk management, the importance of stop loss and take profit, fair value gaps. How do you use your leverage? How do you use your crypto as leverage to buy more crypto? So the way that crypto trading works, you transfer your fiat currency into a crypto token that's backed by the US dollar known as USDT, which is United States dollar tether. So it's tethered to the United States dollar, meaning that at any given time, USDT is exactly worth $1. It's not going to change. It's not going to move. It might go to 99 cents. It might go to $1.01, but it's always going to be backed by the US dollar. So what you do is you trade your USDT for a crypto token, such as XRP, ADA, SOL, BTC, ETH, any one of the crypto tokens that you can invest in. You trade your United States dollar tethered token for that. Then as the market goes up and or down, whether you longed or shorted, you're going to be increasing the amount of USDT that you have available. So then you can sell that crypto token for USDT at a profit or a loss. And that's how you can accrue more crypto token through trading. There's a pretty decent strike through grease error. Yes, it's taxable. In fact, anytime you sell your USDT, it's a taxable offense. Up to 15 to 20% short term and 0% long term capital gain tax up to $44,000, and you can gift up to $18,000 non taxable to a family member. You sell your Bitcoin too, yeah. If you sell any cryptocurrency and pull it out into fiat currency and transfer it into your bank account, it immediately becomes a taxable offense by the IRS and gets flagged. Doesn't matter how much or how little. So make sure you're always filling out your 1099s. Make sure you're always filling out, your proper long-term capital gain or short-term for that matter. Make sure you're always turning in your P&Ls. No. I mean, okay, so let me take that back. I've read an article. This was probably like 3 months ago, but I've read an article where Trump is pushing for a bill to be passed that you can transfer your IRA into Bitcoin, but I don't think that you can transfer your Bitcoin into an IRA to make it non-taxable. So it goes one way, but not the other. See, I just got an email from my exchange telling me that my XMR Monero trade has generated another 10% in funding fees. So it's a constant battle, especially with a lot of these different options. So I mean, you go and you look at the stock market, you have X amount of stocks that you can invest in. With crypto, that list becomes almost infinite. But the way that it works for the most part is like right now, my futures wallet account has 1,100 in it, right? I'm down $109. That's because I'm in 3 long trades that are all down roughly the same amount. But if I were to go up and check my wallet, I've got 3,100, and that's because I've got spot trades that are long-term investments. Okay. So the way that that works is my USDT that I have sitting in here is just sitting in here. So that turns into long-term capital. Then I have my X amount of Bitcoin or whatever. I have my X amount of Ethereum, so on and so forth with all the different coins. Those just sit there, right? So as long as I hold on to those tokens, long-term capital gain for more than 12 months is not going to be an issue. But if I go to my futures, it's a totally different story, right? So this is where I'm capable of trading, shorting, longing, opening any position that I want. That's where it's going to come into short term. But if I hold on to that USDT for more than 12 months, it still turns back into long-term capital gain. So that's one of the better things about crypto that I would have to say is if you have a stock and you hold it for 24 hours, let's say you're a day trader, you went on a long swing, you let it run towards, the next open, you're expecting a 20 to 30% increase, that's going to be short-term capital gain taxed. You don't have a way to step away from that short-term capital gain tax. You don't have a way to turn that into a long-term capital gain. The way that you can turn crypto into a long-term capital gain is by simply transferring it into USDT, moving that USDT into a cold wallet such as Tangem or another one, which is an offline wallet that holds cryptocurrency that has never seen the internet. Now, there's a difference between a hot wallet and a cold wallet. Cold wallets have never seen the light of day. Therefore, nobody can hack it. So it's impossible to gain access to this cold wallet unless you have the physical access to it. Okay. The difference between that and, say, selling a stock is I can take my USDT and I can put it in my cold wallet, and then I can just sit on it for a year and then not have to worry about it. So say if I accumulate $500,000 in my cold wallet, I can go year by year just pulling $44,000 out at a time and letting it all sit in there, and it's still going to be taxed as a long-term capital gain. So there's no tax, 0% tax. You still have to claim it, you still have to file it, but 0% tax on long-term capital gain, up to $44,000 for a single individual, or up to $88,000 for a couple. then you don't have to worry about it. It's still a 0% tax on your capital gains. So if you're invested in things, if you understand how the world of finances work and taxes, it's still 44,000. Yes. Yeah. So your capital gain tax does not change versus your W2 or whatever your average, income tax would be. That doesn't affect your capital gain taxes. It's a totally different form, totally different process, totally different, rule set. You have to be a little more well versed in the world of taxes in order to understand it, but it has nothing to do whatsoever with your income tax or your yearly tax in, deductibles or anything like that. Although it's always best to get a CPA. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be a tax professional because I'm not. I don't have no licenses. I am not a financial advisor by any means. Don't try to sue me if for some reason you invest in crypto and it tanks. That's not on me. But what I will say is it's probably the more, so you can move 44K from Coinbase to your Fidelity per year and be good. You can move 44K from Coinbase to wherever you want as long as it's not your bank account and be good. But if you move 44K from Fidelity to your Coinbase and then to your bank account, or if you even move 44K from Fidelity to your bank account, then it's going to be taxed if you haven't been holding on to it for longer than 12 months. So that's the short-term capital gain tax versus long-term capital gain tax. It's the same as if you were to sell a car, like a classic car, right? That you've had for 20 years and you sell it for $40,000, but you bought the car brand new at 20,000, then you're only paying 0% tax for a long-term capital gain tax. It's the same as any other asset, essentially. Any other property that you've sold goes under the same ruling for taxes. Yeah, we're still very much in the beginning stages of crypto, and therefore tax specialists really don't know much about it. I I actually have a specific CPA for my crypto endeavors, and then I have a separate CPA for my business endeavors, and then I have a separate CPA for my personal endeavors. So it it certainly takes the right person to know what they're doing, because I have to do quarterly business taxes. I don't do quarterly crypto taxes, but then I'd also have to do yearly uh, personal taxes. So yeah. Oh man. All right, y'all are gonna have to convince me. Do I go through another roll or two, or do I call it after 430 minutes of live streaming? I'm not exactly tired, but it is 3 in the morning, so I know I'm going to be tired come the morning. Yeah, honestly, so my father is the one that got me interested in trading and introduced me to the world of finances when I was younger. So he actually now trades crypto because I've gotten him interested in it, but he only trades it through Fidelity as well. So he's only able to invest in Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, whatever coins it is they list. And I would say if you're comfortable with Fidelity, then just stick with them because that's probably going to be your best bet. Uh, if you're not looking to day trade crypto tokens, so and when I say day trade, I mean day trade. Like this is uh this is something that you have to vehemently watch over and over and over, day in and day out, because the market is so volatile still that you're not going to catch a break. If you enter along one day and it goes down and you go to sleep while it's still down, it's likely to go up, break even, and then go all the way up to right below your take profit, and then go all the way back down to where you're negative again before you wake up. So it's uh, it's always better to long term invest, as Warren Buffett always says. It's better to hold for 50 years than it is to try to hold for 50 minutes. So it all depends on, well, here, I'll break it down the way that I break it down in my actual trading classes. If you drive 120 miles an hour in the left-hand lane whenever you're driving on average, then your best bet is to be a scalper. You need to be someone that gets in at the bottom or at the top in a short or a long, and then you're out in another 45 minutes to an hour. You don't have to analyze anything. But I day trade anyways. Yeah, I make a lot of money day trading. So the thing is though, it's always better long term to invest. That's why I invest and I trade. It's another one of those facets of don't keep all your eggs in one basket. um, but the way that I was going with that analogy is if you drive in the left lane 120 miles an hour, you're better off as a scalp trader. If you drive in the right lane at the speed limit or a little bit below, then you're better off as a swing trader, and you'll understand the difference when you do it. It's you're looking at potentially days upon days, if not weeks, in a swing trade, or you're looking at hours, or half an hour, or 5 minutes in a scalp trade. Depends on how fast you want it. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all up to you, man. It's your money in the end. All right, Tundra Mike. I'll catch you in the next one. In fact, I'm actually probably about to head to bed too. It's already 3:16 in the morning. Catch you guys in the next one. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me.